Mic check.
Okay, good morning. Let me try that again. Good morning. All right. Now we're ready. So it's great to see everybody here in person. It's been a long time since we've been able to host an event like this. And I want to thank everybody for joining us today. And a few weeks ago, some of you know that we had a webinar on this subject and related topics. And today we have the pleasure of doing a continuation of that in person. We had speakers at the webinar from all over the world to discuss the future of our industries, how they intersect with Web3's permissionless, decentralized nature. We heard voices from industries, groups, and government agencies from all over the world, including the UN, the World Bank, and several tech-focused NGOs. All spoke on the bright future that Web3 will support. Today's summit can be seen as a continuation of those discussions. A quick overview. The first block of events will include a Web3 and the Metaverse discussion, the future of global competitiveness, and of course, the US' own economic competitiveness. We'll go on to cover discussions on DeFi and regulatory space enforcement. And then we'll have our keynote speech from CFTC's Commissioner Summer Mersinger, which segs us into lunch. Is anybody listening? That's the full program for the day, right? I wanted to see if anybody panicked that we were going to try to do all that by lunchtime. So that's the program for the day. Our final block will have us looking forward to the new era of finance in the wake of the web. Before I hand things off, I'd like to extend a sincere thank you first to our sponsors, our founding partner, Circle, our partner, Steptone and Johnson, and our friends, Evertas and the Electric Coin Company. The Academy would like to thank our co-host, GBBC, the Global Blockchain Business Council, for their hard work in putting this together, with a special heartfelt thanks from all of us at the Academy to Sandra Rowe, who really did an amazing, awesome job in putting all this together. So I will now pass the mic to our first panelist.
No, I think you turned it off. No.
Okay, is that working? Okay, perfect. It's great to see everyone, great to have everyone here. We are maybe missing one of our panelists, but we'll do our best to continue. I'm Morgan Brubaker. I'm a partner at Latham & Watkins. We're a global law firm. I do a lot of work in the Web3 and digital assets space. And I'm the least important person up here today, but I'm going to attempt to facilitate sort of a conversation around the Metaverse and Web3 with Bill Hughes. He's the Senior Counsel and Director of Global Regulatory Matters at Consensus, which I'm sure you all know is one of the leading Ethereum blockchain software companies. Bill joined Consensus after serving as an Associate Deputy Attorney General at the Department of Justice, where he managed the department's work on a broad spectrum of prospective regulations, also working closely with the White House and the DOJ with respect to its regulatory and policy initiatives in response to COVID-19 related fraud and money laundering. Very impressive. And one of Bill's primary focuses at Consensus is the legal and regulatory and public policy issues surrounding the crypto ecosystem. So really excited to sort of hear what you've been thinking around that. Jeff Malek is our second panelist. He is a community champion and strategic partner at Algorand, which is an open source payment-focused blockchain network aiming at resolving the issue of scalability, just a small, problem. And he's also one of the co-founders at Startup Boost, which is a 30,000 plus member community, bridging the gap from Web2 to Web3 by accelerating startup success across fundraising, PR, digital marketing, and sales enablement. I guess, something that I think maybe to start us off is, to both of you, what is the metaverse, right? I mean, I feel like this term gets thrown around a lot, right? We have Web3, the metaverse, crypto, what are sort of to you the distinguishing characteristics of the metaverse, and how will we know when we're in the metaverse, or are we in the metaverse currently?
I hope everybody can hear me. So I think that the distinction between, our digital identities, our digital realities currently would be, this perception of ownership and verification. I think that shift and having it verifiable on-chain, I think that's one of the distinctions I see in the future, quote-unquote, metaverse. So, I think that it's just, the mental comprehension for people who grew up in a certain time and space where, they had had to wait 10 seconds to get online with AOL or whatever else, and now this whole entire new IP and Bored Apes and the new Disney and whatever else is coming along in the future. I guess that shift of ownership, I think that's the distinction I see in the future metaverse, as they would call
I first want to say it's great to be at AU Law School. I actually grew up not too far from here, back before I even think there was an AU Law School. I don't want to date myself, but when it was first created, it was in a completely separate building, which used to be a movie theater. And then I guess they moved here while I wasn't looking. But I love the energy in a law school. You all don't study enough. Enjoy it while you can, because you don't get to choose what you take and what you learn later in life. Just like youth, legal educations are wasted on law students. So maybe that's more of a self-criticism than anything else. But with respect to the metaverse, the way I've conceptualized it is it's basically a completely online economy. The internet is, as Web 2, the internet is basically information only. You share content, you consume content, you provide content. It's all informational, essentially. And it takes different, it's not just writing, obviously, it takes different forms, but to the extent there's any economic nexus, that economy is external to the internet. It exists in parallel. The metaverse blends the two, where that informational interplay among various participants or users of the internet is tied inextricably to economic activity. And that's because blockchains allow us to have digital scarcity when it didn't used to exist. And so, well, what does that look like? That's what's being experimented with now. I think you're going to see it manifest itself in culture more than anything else, where, 20 years ago, the idea that somebody's, Instagram profile or Facebook page was something they sort of emotionally connect with as reflecting who they are. I think that's just going to be amplified as we go forward, and people are going to have very close affiliations with their online self. That doesn't mean that necessarily they're going to be someone different, or necessarily that they're going to be the same person in the digital space. But when they think of themselves as persons, what they do, their activity, both cultural and economic, online will be much more inextricably connected to who they are in their own minds, I think. And that's going to affect how people collaborate in the communities that are created, and the fact that there's this great frontier about what people can do who don't really know each other or otherwise have most things in common. Maybe they just have this one thing. The fact that this space will allow them across borders to collaborate and to combine efforts and sort of synthesize interests in ways that they haven't ever done before. Those are some of the characteristics I think about when I think about the metaverse.
Thanks, and welcome, Katrina.
Hey,
I'm so glad that you're here, because I'm really interested, and just to sort of round out the introductions, Katrina Wang currently heads the ecosystem and conference at Penn Blockchain, was the first investment principal at HiveMind Capital, which is a $1 billion plus venture capital firm based in New York. And I think what's really relevant to this topic is, your publication, A Systemic Dissection of the Metaverse. And I believe you also recently hosted Wharton's first Metaverse industry talk panel. So I guess sort of the topic here is, what is the Metaverse? What are sort of, how do we distinguish the Metaverse from other sort of concepts in the blockchain and sort of digital realm, and sort of, so I would love your sort of thoughts on what is the Metaverse, what are its characteristics, and are we in the Metaverse now? When will we know when we're in the Metaverse?
Thank you, Morgan. Thanks for the kind intro. Can you hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right, first of all, apologize. I had some issue finding the room, but glad I made it. Again, my name's Katrina. So my history with Metaverse really started last September, actually right before Facebook changed its name to Meta, which really bring Metaverse to the center stage. So even though this meteoric rise of the Metaverse only came about last year, the concept's actually been around since 1992. The term was actually initially coined by Neil Stephenson's novel, Snow Crash. And that was sort of the initial concept. And let's think about exactly what it means. And before answering that question, first, I kind of want to ask ourselves why it matters, right? So let's market size this Metaverse, because ultimately we want to drive the next phase of economic growth. And as I dug into my research initially, different sources really have different ways of market sizing. It ranged from the 1 trillion by PR Newswire to 8 to 13 trillion from a Citi report, where they basically count half of the future US economy to be Metaverse related. And what's causing such distinction? And that really depends on how we're really defining the Metaverse. So to me, it's the ultimate convergence between the physical and digital world. And if you search online, there will be different schools of thoughts of the different vision you have around Metaverse. But there are 5 defining features that I think is really helpful, at least help me with my research to orient what exactly it means. The first one is persistent. A true Metaverse should never pause or reset. When you go away from Fortnite, for example, now you have to log back in and start over. But essentially, in the true Metaverse, you have this continuity of time and activities. Number 2 is interoperable. I want to be able to take my identity, my asset, from one meta galaxy to another, right? From one platform to the other, whatever this platform is, without having my data logged in to this walled garden. Number 3 is concurrent. So when you play Fortnite now, you're constrained by the server limitation. And you can, essentially the server can only fit up to 200 concurrent players in the same session. What this means is if I want to play with hundreds of other players in the true world, like we cannot really communicate or send concurrent information to another because of the hardware limitation. And in a true metaverse, it should be completely concurrent and simultaneous. Number 4, it's user generated. We will generate our own content in the metaverse and persist that way. And the last one is decentralized. And I want to emphasize the point of decentralized because this is one of the hot topic debated by many of, are we going to have an open metaverse? Are we going to have, someone like Meta, like one day dominate the metaverse? That's why also I think crypto economy will be inextricably linked to the metaverse economy because fundamentally that will enable an open metaverse in the primitive by decentralizing ownership, decentralizing data. So just to repeat the 5 defining features out of the research, it is persistent, interoperable, concurrent, user-generated, and decentralized. So yeah, those are the 5 keywords I wanted to take away sort of from this little intro.
Awesome, thanks so much. I think that that's really a good way of sort of thinking through the different sort of, what are the sort of aspects, those 5 aspects that make up the metaverse, right? And I think one of the things that you hit on, and I know that you're sort of especially interested in, is the infrastructure to this, right? The hardware. Is that, I would say, where do you see us sort of in our trajectory towards this metaverse? And is hardware, or sort of what else do you see as sort of one of the main challenges of us getting there?
That's a great question. Does this work? Okay, great. Hardware and software, I think in the past 10 years, we've focused a lot on the software innovation with different platforms, and we have the big tech meteoric rise over the past decade. But going forward, to really achieve the vision of metaverse, hardware, I would say, even can be called more important than software, especially with regards to computer-human interface. So Morgan, to your earlier question, are we in the metaverse now? In one sense, maybe we have Roblox, we have decentralized. Those are a virtual world in which we could live in. But what's a true metaverse is, for example, when we take the Zoom meeting, can we hologram someone in? Can we put on a haptic and actually touch and feel and actually have real-sized human being avatar sitting in front of us? And what does that depend on? That's hardware. And in a way, Apple is actually in the best position to do a metaverse if they do want to do the endeavor, because everyone uses iPhone and EarPod, and all of that is a gateway or even a gatekeeper of a true metaversal experience. So I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think it's a good point. I mean, do you see, we talk about decentralized. Do you see that there are, in the hardware space, that there are going to be just a few players in this, that, or at least at first, that are sort of going to sort of spawn this new era? Or, do you see sort of a broader, because interoperability is another one that you said. How do we get to that? Or do you see sort of there being interoperability only between a few sort of different hardware sort of, things to get us into the metaverse, if you will?
Yeah, I'll parse the 2 questions to first crypto economy and how it's linked, and then second, another aspect of how many metaverse will there be. On the crypto side, again, touch upon the point of infrastructure. The reason why we have a lot of L1s, those are the foundational sort of L1 chains versus L2, because those are fundamentally enabling technology to allow you to bridge from one ecosystem to another, depending on where or which ecosystem or L1 your digital asset sits on top of. And hence, you hear all of these talk around bridging and come with bridging. It's like hacks, and how can we safely transfer these digital assets from one universe to the other? And on top of these L1s, we can build our metaverse, can build the front end rendering and all that. So if we look at the tech stack, and not holistically, but what's relevant here is we have the L1s and we have sort of the adoption-focused front-end customer-facing world or decentralized apps built on top of it, and that will, essentially create a new phase of decentralized metaverse. So that's the answer to your first question. And regarding how many metaverse will there be, and that's a great question. So one of the pioneer in the space, Outlier Venture, they keep insisting this concept of open metaverse. And there's a quote I'll use from Tim Sweeney. If somehow one entity have the control over metaverse, this entity will be more powerful than any state or government in the world. Because, for example, physics, we take physics for granted. We're grounded to this, face of the earth. But in metaverse, we can rewrite the law of atoms, gravity works. What are the policies and laws, which I'm sure you will touch upon later in the discussion? Who will get to write these? So I would propose, and I will be an advocate for open metaverse in a decentralized world, and there should be just one metaverse where it's jointly owned by every single participant in there.
So speaking just briefly about infrastructure, this is a software world we're going to be walking into. I mean, we're already part of a software world to a large extent, but probably the third most significant event in the short history of crypto is upon us with the merge of the Ethereum beacon chain with Ethereum mainnet, just transitioning proof of work to proof of stake. Just yesterday, I was in an event with one of the developers who's been working on the merge for years and years and years. And I asked him, and so the importance of the merge is that it not only moves to proof of stake, which is, let's say, much more energy efficient, it also has some security benefits for the chain, making it more secure. But it's also the foundation on which a lot of new scaling tech can be built. And so this scaling will be roll-ups and L2s and whatnot. But when I explored with him, what do you think of a timeline for this? And he, I wouldn't say reluctantly, but a little sheepishly said, we're building this for the long haul. We think Ethereum can be the world computer that everyone relies on, for 100 years. And so we're going to take our time and we're going to do it right. And a lot of stuff we have to figure out. We haven't figured it out yet. He goes, so this is decades of work to really get to the place where you're doing transaction throughput like a centralized, optimized system can do. And that's just a guess. So I don't know if that's too much, too little, and what a system like that can do with respect to creating whatever you conceptualize as the metaverse. But we're on a long road here. And what's heartening is that there are a lot of people exploring in a lot of different directions. And I think that from that, you get actually productive growth. In fits and starts, some things will look smart, a lot of stuff will look stupid. But without all of that directed chaos, you're never going to get something truly innovative and productive.
Yeah, that's really interesting. And Jeff, I'm also interested on your thoughts. You do a lot of things around scalability and things like that. What are your thoughts on how this is all going to sort of pan out?
Particularly, I was thinking about something like Brave and Bat. There's a browser. If you look at the Web 2 version of Google Chrome, it's are we really building a better product than Web 3? Not necessarily. There's fantastic products in Web 2. It's just a question of that shift in ownership. And, your data, your ownership of your data. So they're gating it where, hey, we're going to anonymize your data, but we're going to give you a token as a reward to allow us to use that data and promote things to you that you would actually want to see. So it's a different ownership structure. I think that's the key to these products in Web3, why they're going to be adopted en masse, because...
Would you agree that there really needs to be it starts with like a desirable user experience, and then once you start using, you go, oh wow, it has all these other things which I didn't realize I liked a lot. Because I'm not seeing a feature set that is getting over, let's say, a challenging user experience. And like you get an adoption, but what you really get is once things improve to a point where it's what people want to use, and then all of the other features that are part and parcel and core to the new experience sort of manifest themselves and become like clearly the better option.
The first problem, the first layer is that the onboarding experience is not efficient. It's not fantastic. The user experience in Web3 is, we're all early adopters, so it's just not there yet. And that has to do something with, you know, the existing L1s and the first mover advantage they have of being, I would say, inefficient. You're not actually finalizing a transaction on chain for 30 seconds or 6 minutes or whatever it is. So yeah, there's a whole entire conversation on that layer. So I would say that the first problem is, for user adoption, is the technology was not aligning with, I guess, the promises. So there's kind of a hump we have to get over in those terms.
And I guess, you know, when we talk about sort of a shift of ownership, I think there's two sort of big things that I'd like to hit on here that I think are important. But the first, I guess, would be who's going to control the metaverse? Is it individuals? Is it, I mean, we talked earlier before this about DAOs. How do you see, you know, sort of from a policy perspective, the metaverse being controlled, and how is that sort of working right now?
I'm a little uncomfortable with the framing of saying the metaverse is controlled. I think
You're
to
right.
the extent
You're
the
right.
metaverse, it'll be controlled by a set of
Right,
rules, which will
right.
be the protocol.
Right.
That's the beauty of any of these blockchain systems, is that they are rules-based systems. My quibble is with people who want to superimpose additional rules, social construct rules, that don't otherwise attend to the system by its structure. We can get into that if we want to. But I think to the extent it is governed, is separate and apart from any protocol rules attendant to the particular blockchains or software, you will have different communities with different standards that operate in the most efficient and effective way based on what that community is set up to do or to stand for or to decide. And I say most efficient and effective way because right now communities are just sort of experimenting with how to operate, where their decision making and some of the actions they're taking are on-chain things, meaning that you have a vote to execute a transaction for a certain purpose. Precisely how, and so this is where sort of decentralized, autonomous organizations, DAOs, start to come into the conversation. Essentially, they're just groups of people who have decided to collaborate and act collectively to make decisions, and those decisions really translate into on-chain transactions, which are basically adjusting the ledger, sending tokens to here or there or whatever, signing messages cryptographically. In terms of how those communities are run, there's let's say, a lot of experimentation in that regard. And I think to an earlier point, because where the tech is limited in terms of its speed, smart contracts are still pretty primitive in terms of how the sophistication of the transactions they can perform. All of that is fully expected to be built upon, but because of those current limitations, what a DAO can do that is actually automated on-chain without people in the real world having to make decisions or implement decisions of like online voting, that's actually pretty limited. And so, I mean, the critics are right, but not correct when they say DAOs aren't really decentralized, and really it's just a handful of people who have, you know, the control over a multi-sig, which is actually effectuating what a DAO has decided to do or not. They're right in that criticism about the current state of it, but the critics tend to ignore sort of the natural arc of these things getting better and incorrectly presume that this is what you get. And so I think so there's some primitives in terms of like on-chain governance, which are being worked through. The last thing I will say is, to what extent will this digital realm be influenced by real-world jurisdictional rules, like laws, regulations, whatnot? And this may be too harsh. I think a lot of people have been, who comment on this stuff, have been doing so from a position where they sort of ignore the undeniable reality that people who will be participating in the digital world will not still be beholden to the jurisdictional rules of where they live. There's like this meme of this perfectly nomadic Anon who just sort of drifts around sort of completely anonymously in the real world and exists purely in the digital world. That maybe in some sort of Mad Max future, that's true. But the way this impacts is that if you're a community and some of your members are in the United States, or you're a United States-based DAO, and you have members from all over, there are going to be rules which dictate transactions they can and cannot be a part of. And the question is, well, how much do those rules really implicate that type of activity they're conducting? And so the complexity there is going to just continue to grow. We've seen it recently in questions about like Tornado Cash and the sanctions, like, do Americans transacting and participating in this early iteration of Web3 or the Metaverse, like how do these rules impact their online behavior? Does it impact? Should it? And so in terms of how these things are governed, like I would dispense with any notion that traditional jurisdictional-based rules, regs, and laws are not going to influence how this thing is structured or how people participate in it. Sorry for the long monologue.
Yeah, and to your point, there is actually ways now that they're creating on-chain where you can KYC, have an anonymous wallet, but in case something happens, you're able to claim it through zero-knowledge proofs, reclaim your wallet and your keys. So there's that kind of distinction between privacy and decentralization, but I think there's going to be ways to bridge the gap in the future, but it's just, we're very early. So in terms of something like, even like Banksy, he went to, argue about some IP or some sort of piece of art, and he lost in the court of law because, to a degree, is anonymity. So there is this idea of like this fractionalized ownership, these random wallets, owning a piece of a smart contract that has, let's say the Doodles just raised $50 million, $700 million valuation. If a random address owns a percentage of that, how can they claim an airdrop? They would have to KYC. So there's a degree of, if you want to maintain your anonymity, you're going to lose out on some sort of value as well. So
yeah, it's just going to all be trade-offs. And no one really can enumerate those trade-offs right now, nor come up with like how they're going to shake out. There's so much to not know, which makes it a pretty cool place to play in. If you're into policy and you're into sort of exploring unprobed frontiers.
Yeah, and to quickly add on to the DAO point, now we see all the startups in the form of DAOs, but to me in the future, it would just be an underlying framework. It should be one of the foundational layers as we build up the metaverse. It's too late when we already have Apple or Meta dominating, producing all the product. Then we think about, how can we insert the power of community into these big tech's realm? No, that is too late. as we start thinking about building the metaverse, we should already embed DAO framework. Are we allowing everyone to vote? What's the weight of the voting? Are we doing quadratic voting or retroactive voting? All of that needs to be part of the design thinking rather than after the fact. So just want to quickly point that out as we think about the policy making here.
Could I ask one question of Jeff? Not to take over, it's not my role. But just about Meta or Apple or sort of this like centralized metaverse, which is an oxymoron. Do you get a sense that blockchain community, ecosystem, crypto ecosystem has any sort of palette for like a meta-created metaverse? I get the sense that it's maybe there's less aversion in the regular, normal public sphere than in this very idiosyncratic crypto universe that we occupy, but I would just think there's a general aversion to like this centralized and manufactured experience. And even if there wasn't that aversion, I don't see how a centralized, even a very smart, well-staffed, well-funded enterprise could possibly compete with the multiplicity of a permissionless system where anybody can create anything and participate directly and benefit directly from their own creation. I don't think the two systems could even possibly be in the same category.
I think you're going to see an inverse where you're going to have this natural organic IPs, like let's say Bored Apes didn't exist last year. They're worth X amount of $1 billion now. You're going to see where the Web3 natives, which they can't compete with, are going to create some sort of fantastic IP, and they're going to pull talent from Web2 as opposed to the other way around. And that's going to be the way that they claim ownership over the space. And I don't think anybody could stop it, honestly.
And what do you see as sort of then the role for someone like Meta? I mean, are they part of the infrastructure? How does that sort of evolve? Because I think it's really interesting because there is a dichotomy there, right? Because one is a centralized, big platform-based sort of system, and one of the 5 tenets that you talked about in the beginning was this decentralized. There's not one owner. You know, we talked about like no one who controls, governs the metaverse. Those are sort of, not quite compatible. So what's the future of
I just want to touch on one subject particularly about, I guess, the status of work and the contributions, because the way things work a lot of times, like you're in a Discord or a Twitter or whatever, and somebody's chatting and somebody can say, hey, like I have some sort of piece of code I want to contribute. Now, what I think it's going to shift to is because this comes in like microtransactions where, okay, you have this whole entire program and I'm just going to add something on top of it. It's like you're going to have this anonymized wallet, but it's KYC'd, and you're going to be able to verify that on chain. So you might be contributed to some, somebody with a Discord handle, Bob123, but he has a KYC'd but private wallet. So it's kind of going to be that bridging the gap where like you can trust the person, but you don't know their identity per se, but you know that they are somebody because there's some sort of a product that confirms that on chain. You just have that, that privacy layer, which is, I think that's you haven't seen a shift yet. We're a little bit early to see it, but I'm seeing the people building the products. I think that's where it's going to go.
I think a charitable answer to your question about where does Meta fit in, perhaps, no one knows. Perhaps they're sort of like an AOL, which is this massive onboarding mechanism which makes this new space very accessible, very safe, and not only onboards people, gets them more familiar with whatever it is, but also gives the actual true space time to mature and then supplant it. So Facebook, something I was talking with colleagues, and the question was, how many people are on Instagram? How many Instagram accounts are there? Does anyone have any idea? It's like 1.5 billion people, or it's 1.5, 1.9. Anyway, it's a stupid high amount. It's like unbelievably high. And having those folks cut their teeth on something branded Metaverse, which is kind of Metaverse-y, whatever. There's NFTs on there, there's avatars, there's spaces that you can go, which are persistent. Gets people used to that, and sort of tests the market to see what people want to use it for and want to get out of it. And then everyone's going to be watching that, and so this truly innovative space, which can go out in a million different directions and do a million different things and really experiment and find something new. They can learn from it and actually build a robust system, which will inevitably be better because you can't compete with like infinite number of people creating using infinite amounts of money. Like Meta can't compete with that.
We're seeing that with Reddit as well. They airdropped a bunch of NFTs recently. So I think it's just, again, dipping people's toes into the water for the first time, getting them comfortable, and the real innovation is yet to come.
Yeah, so like maybe Meta's AOL. AOL for the internet was huge. But unless you're emailing your grandkids, you don't use AOL anymore.
I know one person who has an AOL email.
Yeah, I still, maybe we could like have the dial-up sound, you know, just for good time's sake.
You want some nostalgia. Some of the folks in this room probably don't even know what that sounds like.
Yeah,
But
probably.
you want some nostalgia, just play that once. You'll either get PTSD or this big wave of nostalgia.
For me, it was, you know, we had one of those second lines, you know, so that you could have
Oh yeah, and your brother or
dedicated
sister
internet.
would pick it
Oh,
up
yeah,
and it would
oh,
knock
yeah,
you off.
Oh,
It
yeah,
was
yep.
horrible.
Yep, or you get caught at 11 p.m. on
The same folks saying that the metaverse and crypto is garbage would be years ago the same people say this internet's stupid. You pick up the phone, you get kicked off. This is useless. Paul Krugman's and their fax machines.
Well, I'm cognizant that I think we're about at time, but I just want to say thank you so much. I mean, I think we could talk for hours and days probably on this topic, but I think sort of, at least for me, I have sort of a better understanding of how people are thinking about what the metaverse is, sort of where we are now, what the future might look like, and sort of, what are the things that is going to take us to get there. So thank you all so much for your time and for your contributions, and we really, really appreciate it. So thanks.
You're welcome.
Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, let's get some energy going, right? So I'm Corey Thane. I am the Vice President for Global Policy at Circle, and I'm honored to be here with all of you today. For those of you who don't know, Circle is an internet-native financial markets infrastructure company that connects traditional to decentralized finance, and that enables faster, cheaper, and programmable payments. So among other things, we are the issuer of USDC, which is the largest regulated stablecoin in the world with more than $50 billion in circulation. I personally joined Circle because of its mission to raise global economic prosperity through the frictionless exchange of value. As someone who grew up in a blue-collar family and who has also had the opportunity to visit some of the poorest countries in the world, the idea of creating more economic opportunity for more people, particularly those lower on the wealth spectrum, was instantly appealing to me, and it motivates my work every day. So for a minute, I would like you to imagine a world in which you can send money as easily as you can send an email. That is Circle's vision, and that future is within our grasp. Circle enables payments that are borderless, that settle instantly, and that cost just a few pennies to send and receive. Now, USDC has numerous uses in crypto capital markets and DeFi protocols, but it's increasingly being used for its utility outside crypto markets. Among other things, USDC is being used in disaster relief, where the US government has used USDC to distribute relief funds to Venezuelan medical workers and other Venezuelan nationals in need of humanitarian aid. Remittances, where people who move to a foreign country in search of work can instantly send USDC to support their families back home, avoiding wait times of up to 10 days and charges of 10% under traditional remittance companies. Payroll, where businesses can pay employees in more than 190 countries around the world and avoid the barriers imposed by traditional financial rails. And philanthropy, where donors big and small can donate USDC to more than 1.5 million organizations, such as Partners in Health, National Public Radio, and the International Committee of the Red Cross. And to think that we are just getting started. Now, today's discussion comes at a pivotal moment for the entire Web3 industry, the US, and the global economy. As we all know, public blockchains and digital assets are reshaping how the global financial system operates and creating possibilities that just a few years ago were unimaginable. Internet financial services represents a market opportunity similar in scale to that of internet commerce, communications, transportation, media, and entertainment. While today we are all well familiar with names like Amazon, Google, Uber, and Meta, none of these companies existed 30 years ago. So let that sink in. 3 of the 10 largest American companies by market cap were nothing more than ideas in their founders' minds, if that, in 1992. Just as retail, information, transportation, media, and entertainment were transformed by these American success stories, today's financial industry can be similarly transformed by digital assets and blockchain technology. Notwithstanding this enormous potential, there are clearly challenges ahead. Digital asset markets have suffered through a brutal year. $2 trillion of value has been wiped away. Investors have incurred significant losses. There have been significant bankruptcies with investment companies. And we are in a risk-off posture as the US suffers from the worst inflation in 40 years. This market disruption may have reached its apex when an algorithmic digital token that called itself a stablecoin, but was more like, in my opinion, a synthetic derivative, imploded in a matter of a few short weeks, leaving a $50 billion hole in investors' pockets just months after the company put its name on the seats at Nationals Park. We've also seen extraordinary market conduct violations perpetrated by Hydra companies operating in a regulatory vacuum from undisclosed offshore locales. As just one example, weeks ago, prominent exchange unilaterally swapped investors' holdings of USDC to a token issued by the exchange itself, a move that some have likened to switching investors from dollars to rubles without their knowledge or consent. These problems have arisen while, or perhaps because, the US is suffering from a fintech constitutional crisis and regulatory Game of Thrones, in which Congress has not enacted any meaningful legislation, and regulators across agencies have jockeyed over the meaning of the terms security, commodity, and the like. Internationally, the regulatory outlook appears to be developing at a pace that is more befitting to an industry moving at the speed of the internet. The European Union recently introduced the Markets and Crypto Assets Regulation, a comprehensive whole-of-government approach. Countries like the UK and Singapore are actively considering what role digital assets can play in the economy. Perhaps more ominously, China has launched its own central bank digital currency, the ECNY, which has put programmable money into the hands of 260 million people to date, and with likely more to come. All this activity is evidence that despite the market's recent downturn, digital assets are here to stay. So we must ask ourselves, what is at stake? Well, firstly, as Sir John Cunliffe, Deputy Governor for Financial Stability at the Bank of England, has pointed out, the companies that survive this crypto winter may turn into the Amazons and Googles of tomorrow. The country that those companies call home may very well depend on the planning, coordination, and regulation that leaders adopt and implement today. Consider for a moment how the United States harnessed the nation's creative talent to win the internet revolution. The US established sensible guardrails and then let innovators innovate, leading to an explosion of jobs and economic growth. This isn't to say that the government always struck the perfect balance or that it could not have addressed certain problems earlier than it did. But its approach, for the most part, provided fertile soil for technology to develop that made our daily lives easier, more productive, and democratized access to information. The movement of value through Web3 can lead to another explosion in productivity, opportunity, leisure, and American competitiveness. Let's stick with the case of payments, which are currently too slow, too expensive, too opaque, and too exclusive. Faster, cheaper, and programmable payments under standards that enshrine privacy and inclusivity as core values are good for consumers and businesses and bad for rent collectors and autocrats. Put yourself in the shoes of a day laborer or a gig economy worker who lives paycheck to paycheck. Streaming payments so that people in this situation are paid at the end of a day or a shift would make an enormous difference in the quality of their lives. It would free up valuable time otherwise spent waiting in line to cash a check. It could alleviate at least a little of the intense anxiety that comes with financial insecurity. And it would protect precious, hard-earned funds from predatory lenders. That time and money can be reinvested in family, community, education, healthcare, and a myriad of other goods and services that make people happier, nations stronger, and life better all around. So, I think we can agree that there's a lot at stake for countries and their citizens. With opportunity and responsibility in mind, let's turn now to our distinguished panelists for their wisdom and insights. So, as we start here, maybe we could just do a quick round of introductions, starting with you, Tom.
Sure. Tom Quadman, I'm Executive Vice President with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, and in that role, I oversee 3 separate divisions of the Chamber. There's Center for Capital Markets Competitiveness, the Global Innovation Policy Center, which deals with IP policy, as well as our Center for Technology Engagement.
I'm Lawrence Wintermeyer. I think we go. Are we live now? Yeah. So I'm Lawrence Wintermeyer. I am the chair of GBBC Digital Finance. GBBC Digital Finance is the financial services vector of GBBC, and we focus on standards and education. I'm also a GBBC board member.
My name is Jude Ogeni, and I am the founder and CEO of Charles Winsborough Corporation. Charles Winsborough works with, partners with U.S. institutions to provide future of work, reskilling and upskilling opportunities to Africa's working professionals. Separately, I'm also the Deputy General Counsel of a company called Paxful, which is a crypto peer-to-peer marketplace.
My name is Dina Ellis-Rockhind, and I am in the fintech practice at Paul Hastings. I started there 5.5 years ago, and most of my clients are in the crypto, blockchain, and fintech space. I do government affairs work because I spent 15+ years in the government, but I also do a lot of give a lot of strategic advice and advisory work. And aside from Paul Hastings, I'm on GDF's or GBBC's advisory council, but I'm also an advisor to a number of different startups that are in the Web3 and crypto space.
Excellent. Well, very, very excited to be with all of you. I thought maybe we could start with you, Tom. What do you think is at stake for Web3? You know, the White House has issued an executive order, and it seems like there's a flurry of bills floating around Capitol Hill now. So I'd be interested to get your perspective on what's at stake for the United States, you know, as the world competes globally in this.
Sure. No, Corey, thank you for the question, and want to thank American University for hosting this conference. Let me take a 30,000-foot level view of it. So in 2021, after we put together a digital assets working group that was a cross-section of the industry and various thinkers, whatever, we came out with a report that called for and had very specific suggestions around a regulatory structure around digital assets, right? So the chamber calling for regulation is not something you necessarily see every day, right? And we did that for a couple of different reasons. One is, if you're going, obviously we have this evolving marketplace, right? And if you're going to have an efficient marketplace that has certainty that people are willing to engage in, you need to have rules of the road and you need to have appropriate oversight with that. The second part of that is we've gotten into a very bad habit in this country where we have innovated and developed the technology, yet we're not willing to set the rules. So if you sort of look at data privacy as maybe the biggest example of that, obviously we've been in the tech lead and all that. The European Union, right, was the first one out of the blocks with GDPR to create a data privacy network, right, which is why we're always, you know, accepting cookies, right? That is the global standard. Well, the implication of that is whoever sets the rules, that's where the activity is going to migrate towards, right? So if you look at it where we are, we have the UK looking at, you know, Web3, right? As that is how they're going to keep a relevant financial services sector post-Brexit, right? The European Union, through MICA and others, other initiatives, is looking to try and create global rules, as they did with GDPR. If you don't think that's the case, they're members of the UK government and they're, you know, MEPs and members of the EU government that are coming to Silicon Valley on a regular basis. And they first stop in Washington, right? The third part of that is China, right? So China, remember, they're trying to build out a domestic payment system, right? So it's sort of like, you know, why did Africa skip landlines with telephones and go straight to cell phones? So if you don't have to build that infrastructure, right, you can just go to, you know, to the most technologically advanced infrastructure. That's where China's going. Part of what China is also looking to do is they're looking to displace the dollar as a reserve currency, and this is a pathway to doing that. Also by building out a separate international payment system outside of SWIFT. So there's a big competitiveness issue in terms of that with vis-a-vis the United States. A couple other points that you raised, we have, Treasury, the executive orders, we have Treasury coming out with a blueprint, which I think gives a pathway for a coherent structure. It's going to take a long time to get there. Understanding we have these other international actors out there. We have Congress, where Congress is looking very closely at, maybe some initial steps in terms of legislation. Pat Toomey in the Senate has been working on some of this. Maxine Waters and McHenry have been working on that. I actually think there's an opportunity where you can have a strange bedfellows alliance after the midterm elections. It doesn't really matter what those outcomes are. We can have Democrats or Republicans come together, both in terms of Congress and the administration, maybe getting on the same page and starting to take those steps forward. So that's where I think we are right now.
Thank you for that. So much that I want to unpack from that. You covered a broad spectrum of things that I'd like to go just a little bit deeper on. Dina, given your long history inside of the government in some really prominent institutions, I'm wondering if you have anything to add to that. In particular, I'm personally at Circle. I'm closely monitoring the McHenry and Waters bill that we've sort of created this portmanteau of the McWaters bill, right? And then there's also the Digital Commodity Protection Act working through the Senate among a number of other bills in like House Agriculture and other areas. Do you have any specific specific thoughts about sort of where those bills are going, the things that we know about them today, like what's good, what's bad, how do they work together if we ended up getting them passed into law? Anyway, would just love to hear your thoughts there.
Sure. So, everyone hear me? Okay. So this is a big week for crypto, and I'm really happy to be here this week, and I want to thank GBBC and Sandra and Circle as well for inviting me. This is a huge week. I mean, there's the merge, right? But then we also have 2 hearings in Congress this week at the same time on Thursday. One is the House Agriculture Committee on the Stabenow-Boozman legislation, and the other is in Senate Banking with SEC Chair Gensler. It's on SEC oversight, but my guess is that there's some discussion about crypto and potentially stable coins as well. So I think that what is happening in the Agriculture Committee and with Stabenow and Boozman is a significant and positive development for the crypto industry, because you have the chair and ranking member of the Committee of Jurisdiction, who has jurisdiction over the CSDC, supporting it. And it's not always easy to get those key players to support something like that. So I think that language, some of that language that's in there will survive. I do think that, yeah, it would be nice to take some of the largest cryptocurrencies that already exist today. Lots of retail investors own them. They've almost become an asset class, and kind of take them off the table, right? And say, okay, they're going to be commodities. I do think, I mean, this week, the question is ETH, right? So we'll see how ETH plays out with the merge, and if these hearings this week, this is really an ETH week. When it comes to, so what I think on the digital commodity, on the ag bill, is that I think some of that will survive, right? But I don't think that, I think the big thing also is that, the House Financial Services and the Senate Banking Committees will not, and the Stabenow bill doesn't do this, they won't cede their jurisdiction to the ag committees. And this is going to be the future of finance. So there's definitely going to be a component of this that comes out of the banking committees as well. and that gets into SEC and bank regulation and those types of things. On the stablecoin legislation, I think that there's a positive to stablecoin legislation, and the positive is that you have both in the House, you have McHenry and Waters, or Waters and McHenry, chair and ranking member, both want to work on are both trying to work on a stablecoin piece of legislation. And in the Senate, you have is also bipartisan. So you have you have Brown and Toomey. They're not on the same page yet. They will have to agree to whatever the stablecoin bill looks like to pass the Senate. But they also want stablecoin legislation, and it'll be interesting to see what they say this week on Thursday, if anything. So, so you have both houses on a bipartisan and bicameral basis who want to get this done. And you have the administration, Treasury, the Fed, who also wants to get stablecoin legislation done. So everyone wants to get it done, but the devil's in the details, right? So the devil is in the details. And the question is, really, I mean, the biggest question is, does every stablecoin, aside from the reserves and things like that, should every stablecoin be regulated like a bank, right? I personally think no. Others think, others see this as maybe it's a power grab. But I mean, stablecoins, we're talking about, there's some stablecoins that are almost used like money market funds, but they don't have that same regulation. And Gensler mentioned that in his speech. He talked about money market funds, which might be a good answer. By the way, that product was created in the 70s, so you could theoretically, if Gensler's willing to, you could create a new product too that has certain requirements. And but a lot of the use cases with stablecoins is payments that we're just talking about. And so, payments today, they, generally speaking, they are not regulated at the federal level. They have some regulation with FIFIAC, like MasterCard, Visa, all those. But most of the regulation is at the state level. And so, the question becomes, with this legislation, is the industry going to wind up being more regulated just for a new technology, a technology that's going to save people money, that's faster, cheaper, and that is what so I am concerned that we wind up with more regulation than we have under current law for similar activities that are on new technology. Whether these bills will pass, I mean, I know that this is the most pressing issue and the most tangible one. It's hard to say. It's a matter of whether these members can come to some kind of agreement with the Treasury, and we don't know. So it could happen. Maxine Waters wants to do a hearing on the legislation when it's done, when they get an agreement. But you got to have Toomey and Brown on board. So if nothing happens, my guess is we don't see. Well, the issue is that Michael Barr and the Fed and the regulators have said, if you don't pass legislation on stablecoins, we're going to figure out it for ourselves. And that could be it could be SIFI designation or something very onerous. So you want to get stablecoin legislation passed. Unlikely that I would say that if it doesn't get passed, my guess is nothing happens till after the elections. And then the question will be what does Congress look like? And depending on how it looked like, does something happen during lame duck, regulatory or legislative or regulatory? Anyway, it's hard to say, but it is a positive that everyone wants to get something done on it. I'll just close by saying on this that I just hope that whatever my concern is, this technology is constantly changing, right? So we have proof of work, proof of stake, there's going to be something else, right? So whatever Congress passes, you don't want it to sort of talk too much about the technology, because the technology is going to change rapidly. So you want it to be something that's going to live and breathe. Maybe the regulators can make tweaks, but you don't want something that's so stuck to the technology as it exists today. And so that's kind of what I'm thinking about. But I do think a lot of progress, and the Stabenow-Boozman legislation. And I work for 2 Michigan companies, and when Senator Stabenow puts her mind to something, I mean, she's really good about getting things done. Obviously, CFTC, Ross Benham is also, he's been working on these issues for a while, also thoughtful. So I see a lot of positive on that front.
Thank you. Yep, a lot to unpack there. Yeah. Principles-based rather than prescriptive, right? When they create regs, look into the future. Lawrence, how about Europe and other developed economies around the world? How are they competing to sort of win in the Web3 space?
Well, that's a great question. I have to say, thank you for your insightful and sensitive narrative, because I think not just your own narrative, but in the way you couched it, you'll probably be aligned with most people in this room in the context of Web3. And then I was grateful to the first panel for the definition of the metaverse. So we're very rarely the arbiter of discretion on these things. We focus on standards. We actually have a community of everyone from the larger VASPs, stablecoin providers, right through to FIs, and advocate proportional regulation, but the right size proportional regulation for this community, so that we can deliver a utility point and scale it and make it meaningful to consumers and businesses, and take away some of the risk. I'm actually a derivatives guy anyway. I like risk, but there's no place for it, generally in the main retail market or in many spaces. And so just to this point on Web3 and regulation, and reflecting on the first panel, your narrative of, I want to be able to transfer value like an email, I think is the phrase I use. I love that. And then, the idea that in Web3, different to Web 1, which was text-based, we got email and discussion boards, or Web 2, which is where the walled garden platform came from, and, economic surveillance monetized all of us and sold our data without us knowing. Web 3 needs to turn that on its head. And so I would agree with my esteemed colleague here about Europe and GDPR, because Web3 is not going to work unless we get digital identity right, and we get the next level of cyber built into, broadly protocol and cross-protocol engagement. So if you look at the cyber statistics right now, and any of you can quote them, whether you're in the crypto world or just the digital world, none of it's going to work unless we address this at a technical and infrastructural level. And I don't think we'd be advocating it's a safe pool for anyone, because it's just a mess now. And it was never, the infrastructure we have was never developed for a Web3 vision, certainly as our esteemed colleagues in the previous panel put it. So I think just to try to put together, what does that mean from a regulatory perspective? Well, we're here speaking with policymakers and regulators all week, and then I spend a lot of time with traditional public company FIs, CEOs who say, can you just tell us what this Web3 or Metaverse thing is? Because we have no idea. I mean, we're trying to deal with some of the bits of crypto or digital asset regulation, and come along with Web3. Well, what the hell is it, and what does it mean? And so I think that's important, because it gets back to your utility point of, look, I just want to transfer value like I do email, and so all of the stuff around security and custody needs to work. But back to the specific regulation bit, I think the point on my colleague made on MiCA has really at least delivered a comprehensive framework for retail consumer protection. And it's pretty simple, because it says, well, actually, if you're a commodity or a security already, we have regulation for that, whether you're a crypto or digital or not. So you need to go down that track. But if you're not an existing instrument, then we've got this thing called MiCA, which very much focuses on stable coins or re-referenced coins, asset reference tokens. And so I think those sort of frameworks that will be legislated over the next couple of years bring meaning to particularly the token space, probably the payment token space, and as you've spoken about, the whole stablecoin ecosystem moving beyond just being a crypto on and off ramp, and providing utility in the payments infrastructure. So I would look at that as the first starting move as we try to sort out some of the utility around security and digital identity. But I'm delighted to have a GBBC Digital Finance Board member Greg Medcraft with me, who's former IOSCO chair, former Australian Securities chair, former OECD Financial Services Directorate, and you know, we look at reg equivalence all of the time, and I think what we would say right now, although you know the narrative coming out of the U.S. is, you know, quite as it always is like, hey, we're great at digital, we're the digital innovation hub of the world, but all of the regulation comes later, whether it's tax, you know, whether it really has anything to do around identity or provenance in social media, you know, whether now it's financial services. And I think what we would say is that, particularly with the direction of travel and stable coins, oversight of the spot markets, and then some delimiting of securities, there's actually a reasonable equivalence developing between the US and Europe that we would see, and a great opportunity to harmonize some of this stuff. And I think if you come from the cap markets, you take that sort of approach, and we've got a lot of the tools to do it. We just need to get everyone in the room together. And we need to get some of the folks who are really on the periphery of trying to arbitrage things, but say we're into inclusion and we're into technology to get in line, because nobody believes that. So it's not a legitimate narrative. And so if we get that, and then, you know, I know we were talking about lots of things that you and I wanted to talk about, even on CBDCs, but if we just put that into the context of global trade and we accept that, you know, on a you know 50-something trillion, you know, global trade budget, or 28 trillion, sorry, global trade, you know, budget, it really is China, the European Union, which is 27 countries, in the US that constitute the lion's share of that. Don't mean to be disrespectful to other people in the world, but those are the three big players. And China, in the context of this discussion of equivalence we're having, is out of commission. It's putting in its own SWIFT replacement system, which it's working, you know, very, very much with the Russians right now in order to circumvent SWIFT. It's focused on its own, you know, centralized CBDC, but particularly as a means for trade in the Belt and Road. So it would be good to even get Europe and the US a bit closer on this equivalence argument, because I think we're right with stable coins in the payments area and the spot market, and it is a good start. So I'd be optimistic that hopefully over the next couple of years we can build those sort of bridges. And unfortunately, having spent my career working in China, I just think it'll be very difficult really for the next decade, and we need to pay attention to what goes on there.
Yeah, thanks for bringing up the digital yuan, and maybe we can turn to that in a little bit. But Jude, I wanted to ask you a little bit. You do a lot of work with Africa and sort of connecting them to American universities, and you're also working with this peer-to-peer network. Given what Lawrence just said, you know, with these three sort of like major economic zones in the world, who are all maybe the EU and the US are on a path to harmonization, and then China's kind of doing its own thing. And we know that China has an extraordinary amount of influence and investment in Africa. What are you seeing in developing economies with regard to Web3? And, you know, how do we bring Africa and these other economies into harmonization potentially with, you know, EU, US? How do we, maybe before we get to harmonization, how do we just get them opportunity and participation in this revolution?
So thank you very much for the question. And first, let me say thank you again to GBBC for this panel. It's very informative. I feel like jumping back into the audience and just listening. And again, thank you to American University. You know, I'm going to change the thrust of the question somewhat, if you don't mind, because frankly, I think that whether people know it or not, Africa is forcing its way into the discussion. You don't need to ask them, you know, to figure out how they're going to be part of it, because frankly, a lot of the growth, a lot of the energy in the crypto space is coming from the global south. It is coming from sub-Saharan Africa. It is coming from Latin America. It is coming from South Asia. And so, for example, I'm Nigerian. If you look at poll after poll, Nigerians are the most crypto-curious people on the face of this planet. Now, what is driving that? I got to be honest. Some of that is, yeah, you know, you've been hit up, all of you, by this emails from Nigerian prince, right? So so there's some of that going on, no question about it. But what I think people don't really realize is that your prototypical crypto customer in Nigeria or in sub-Saharan Africa is not the guy who's on Yahoo trying to, do a social engineering scam on you. It is the lady in the market who is selling tomatoes. And she has just sold her tomatoes and she's gotten the Naira in exchange. But she knows that the value of that Naira is depreciating every day that she holds it. And so she wants to flip it as quickly as possible into Bitcoin or a stable coin, right? That is what is driving this. And so from my perspective, I'm glad that Tom used the analogy of leapfrogging from analog telephony to mobile telephony, because that's exactly what we did in sub-Saharan Africa. I think we have the opportunity to do that in sub-Saharan Africa, as I've argued, in the regulatory environment. And what do I mean by that? I think that a lot of these efforts that we've just been discussing with respect to regulating in this space are efforts to undo, the fact that we've driven into a ditch from a regulatory standpoint. Let me give you a specific example. The Howey test and the definition of what is or is not a security in terms of what is an investment contract. That is just something over which the SEC and CFTC are fighting, viciously. Kind of takes you back to, you said you come out of the derivatives world, the jurisdiction with respect to derivatives and the Shad-Johnson Accord and all of that stuff, right? So these things come up because it's a vestige of the Howey test and other things. Well, we don't have a Howey test in Nigerian securities regulation. Notwithstanding the fact that the SEC says that cryptos are securities and should be regulated as such, when you actually, sort of pin them down, they will agree with you that there's no there because there is no definition in the Nigerian securities regulation of an investment contract. And so my argument to them all along has been, stop, don't go any further. In the US, they're actually trying to undo some of that harm. So why get into it in the first place? Just leapfrog it into a much more nimble, much more sophisticated, frankly, regulatory system that does some things around anti-fraud protections, but otherwise doesn't try to define with, the kind of precision one can never attain what this is and what this isn't. And so I think we have the opportunity to do that. Unfortunately, the governments in sub-Saharan Africa have not seen fit to do so. I mean, they're moving in fits and starts, right? So the Nigerian SEC just came out with a regulatory system for virtual assets. Great. I looked at it. It looks okay. It's a promising start. But on the other hand, you've got the Central Bank of Nigeria, which has basically said to financial institutions, if your customers use bank accounts to facilitate cryptocurrency transactions, you've got to shut that down, right? Now, in a weird way, that works for me in the hat of peer-to-peer, because that is exactly what drove peer-to-peer adoption in Nigeria. When you cannot, the regulators in Nigeria, regulators generally have a hard time keeping up with fast moving developments in the market. It's all the more the case in sub-Saharan Africa. I mean, these youth, they're just digital natives. They will outstrip, like in nanoseconds, any kind of regulatory, blockades you try to put in their way. So from that perspective, it's been good. But I would love to see much more sort of cohesion, and I hope we get a chance to talk a little bit about. Maybe I'll just say it now. It is in everybody's interest, I think, including quote unquote developed countries, for developing countries to move post haste to regulatory clarity in this area so as to spur even greater adoption and uptake. And why do I say that? Because again, I'll use Nigeria as an example. Nigeria, in Nigeria, the youth's favorite word is something called JAPA, J-A-P-A. If you haven't heard that term, you should Google it. But what it essentially means is it's a Yoruba word meaning to flee. Every young person in Nigeria who has the wherewithal is leaving the country. They're going to Europe, or they're going to the US, or they're going to Canada. And you're looking at a situation in which by 2050, Nigeria is going to be the third most populous country in the world, right? So that means that if you're hollowing out, promising minds, people are just departing, becoming economic refugees elsewhere. First, it's putting a lot of burden on the developed countries themselves, and we're already starting to see that friction, not just at the margin, but it's becoming, and it's going to get worse. But what it means is that the countries that these people are leaving from, these promising young minds, just go deeper and deeper into this vicious cycle of despair, right? And so where this is now me putting on my Charles Winsborough hat, what I'm trying to do is, upskill and reskill these folks so they can actually stay and take advantage of remote work opportunities where they can earn in crypto, earn in foreign exchange, earn in stable coins. They don't have to leave the way that I had to, 30 years ago. And so I think there's a lot that needs to be done from a regulatory perspective, from a societal perspective, to make sure that we are creating the enabling environment for what these kids are already doing, which is transacting in crypto.
That's fascinating. I have a couple questions after that, but one of them is, if America led with, comprehensive regulation, or at least something that covered 75, 80% of the market, would that help harmonize with Europe and then harmonize with, the regulatory issues that you were talking about in Africa? And I guess a sort of micro follow-up to that is, does that woman selling tomatoes who wants to flip the local currency into Bitcoin or a digital dollar, does she want a digital dollar, or is it like open season, like she would take a digital yuan as well?
It's a great question. I having talked to folks there, I think digital currency, digital yuan is better than the naira, right? But I think there is still a case to be made for, all else equal, I'd go for the digital dollar, right? So I think that's where they are leaning. But there's also a huge appetite. Nigerians are very entrepreneurial, risk takers. There's also a huge appetite for something that maybe isn't, I can see the volatility, but I'd rather take, my chances with Bitcoin. Bitcoin is exceedingly popular there. But if the choice is between the digital yuan and the digital dollar, at least as of right now, the answer is the digital dollar. Understand that, China has been doing a lot of investment in sub-Saharan Africa. It hasn't always worked out. There have been some significant downsides. I mean, when you're doing stuff like financing the construction of the OAU building, the Organization for the African Union, and they find out that, you planted bugs all over the place, doesn't sort of redound to your benefit, there. So there's a lot of a backlash and some other things going on at the margin. But to answer the first question, yes, if we had harmonization between the US and Europe, 75 to 80%, I do think that would go a long way. Again, my only caution is to these African countries is that in some ways, what we are doing is a retrenchment from some of the old things that we've tried to do that didn't work out here in the US. And I don't think African countries should blindly follow US regulation into the blind alley and then sort of back out. Just don't go in the first place.
I fear we're starting to run short on time already. I think we could keep going for hours with the four of you. This is for anybody on the panel, but what's something that more people should be talking about with regard to Web3 that we're just not? Blind spots, or just issues that might emerge in the next year, 5 years, that there's just not a lot of discussion about right now.
I'll add something, and it really, when it comes to Web3 and portable digital identity and, obviously the financial services, digital asset side of things, I think that there's a real opportunity here. I really liked what you had to say in your speech, especially when you talked about the tech companies and how they've grown. But if you look at what's going on in terms of Capitol Hill, there is, and I'm not saying I agree with it necessarily, maybe I agree with some of it, but there is a fatigue with big tech. And there still remains, I don't have any problem with banks, but there still is fatigue with some of the larger banks, right? So then you look at sort of what's coming out from the discussion, right? So in tech, it's a lot about antitrust, privacy, right? The banks, it's all sorts of whatever, CFPB, different types of new regulation, things like that. So to me, the thing that's very important about Web3, and that is not talked about as much as it should be, is it really gets rid of some of those issues. So when it comes to privacy, if you have portable digital identity, that solves for privacy, right? Because now you don't have to put your ID out there. You can just confirm it with your phone or whatever we're using in the future. When it comes to antitrust, I'm not a big believer in the US actively breaking up companies. I'd rather competition break up, right? Like there be competition. So again, like Web3 and digital ID, as well as the payments that can be done with crypto and things like that, that is all disruptive of the status quo and increases competition. I think that should be talked about more. I also think that in terms of, we're talking a lot about digital assets and the financial services space when it comes to digital assets and crypto. That's all, that's important. It's probably the future of finance. We are different in that we have an alphabet soup of regulators and we have functional regulation. And probably these regulators, people kind of know their area. They want to sing off their own song sheet. So they'd rather you amend the securities laws or things like that versus having a special treatment. I'm trying to think where I was going with that. So I'm trying to think, I lost my train of thought. Here's what I was going to say. So that's all fine and good. That's going to be worked out, right? But what I am seeing that is just fascinating, and the last panel talked about Meta and who's going to control the metaverse, and the race is on, right? The race is on. Who's going to control that? Is it going to be that I can decide how I want to be advertised to or paid for watching something, and so the faster that we can get through this financial services part where there's a lot of money right now, the more focus there can be on what Web3 is going to do for us as individuals. And I will say that as someone who has startups and things like that I represent, I am seeing some really incredible things, and probably things that I can't even imagine. Things like feeling like you're inside of music, right? And you can make your friends there and you feel like you're with your friends from all over the place. I'm just seeing incredible things. I think of one of the things that I think is really cool is working with a company that's in the gaming space, and they were like, well, we work with food suppliers, and I'm thinking what does food have to do with gaming? But a lot of times if you're a gamer, you don't want to get off your game, right? And so, you can't really eat virtual food, but you go to a food court on the metaverse, you order your food, it comes physically, it's not the same, virtual food is not going to work. And then you're actually sitting there. Maybe it'll be good for weight loss, but then you're all sitting there and you're sitting there with your friends, right? So that makes me think of I have a daughter. She's going to sound like she's from the Geek Squad. She does national debate, okay? So in the summer, she went to camp. She met all these people, and they are in a group together where they do geeky stuff every Saturday night at 8 o'clock. Not all my kids are like that, but anyway, so they are on Zoom. But what if it was they felt like they were together in the same place, right? Eating together, going to a concert together, all those things, right? So, I think that, the internet still amazes me, the things that I would never think of, right? So you can see where we're turning that corner. And I think that yes, the money's in the financial services space, which is I'm passionate about financial services, but we need to talk more about these other parts. Because as I said, right now we're hearing about antitrust over and over and over, and privacy. And you're like, okay, the answer is not crack down on another industry. The answer is to let this industry disrupt. So, sorry for my impassioned.
Excellent, excellent. So, good to spend time with friends in the meta, bad to try to eat a meta steak or something like that, right?
Which meta is it, you know? Is it?
So, Tom or Lawrence, any thoughts on this?
Just a couple, three quick thoughts. One is, I do think we can get to some sort of legal and regulatory structure, right? I think it's a matter of the will being there. I do think that there are ways to harmonize MICA with things here. I also think it's very important for Congress to act here, particularly in the light of the West Virginia EPA case that came out of the Supreme Court last June, which you could argue this is a major questions doctrine. Two other quick points. One is sort of picking up on some of what Jude talked about. The part of the business community that is most crypto curious, Black businesses in the United States, right? For some of the very same reasons, because we had stood up a DEI program at the Chamber before COVID. We've been doing a lot of work in terms of minority access to capital. Well, the traditional problem for Black businesses, right, has been trying to crack into the banking system. You're seeing the same leapfrogging going on, right, of, well, if you can't have access to the banking system, go to the technological advance that gets you access to capital and payment systems. So there's that. The last point I would just raise, and just sort of throw a completely different ball into the mix there, because I do think, you know, when we talk about Web3, we're where the internet was in 93 and 94, right? Think about the underlying technology in terms of DLT, blockchain, et cetera. Well, if you take a look at our corporate disclosure system, you take a look at our audited financial statements, whatever, that's a 1930s snapshot in time, paper-based system. You really want to start to revolutionize disclosures? That's the way to go. And you can have a much more close to real-time market moving set of information. So it's really something to think about there too.
Yeah, so Tom, I just want to say, so Tom and I worked on the Jobs Act, which made changes to raising capital in the public and the private markets, right? So we realized we scratched the surface. We did a great job. Tom was in my office every day, pretty much. We were working on it together. But the reality is what Tom is talking about is really it's, you're talking about changes to the securities laws that are still rooted in the Depression era. Banking laws have been updated, but the securities laws are still behind.
So I was so excited when the Jobs Act came out, and then when the SEC came out with the rules around crowdfunding.
That's
we can have a whole discussion on that.
That's a whole discussion. That's like too many cooks in the kitchen. We can have a whole long discussion about why, but the statute is very prescriptive. Yeah. So the SEC didn't have a lot of leeway in terms of, Reg CF.
And I'll try to be very brief. I know we need to wrap up, but and I have a lot of empathy with Jude's point, because we're in the standards space. We're trying to set standards for all of this. It bores my wife to death, but I tell her that it's actually economically and anthropologically important. And in this case, we're trying to put standards around digital, and digital and technology moves faster now than social anthropology laws or anything. So we all need to really pay attention here. And I think in the context of policymakers, we live in a democracy with common law in most of the G20 countries, code law, which is where the Pareto bulk of GDP or trade is, or where we have incentives to get, in this instance, consumer protection right. So I think, I actually think Jude is magnanimous, because my own view is on some of the things we've spoken about today, we have a better opportunity to say, what benefit is all of this technology? I mean, if we could just ask that together with regulators, and you know, at least agree on a degree of social utility, and say, you know, we've got laws for most of this, but some of them do need to be updated a bit. If we could get through that process in a bit more of an orderly way, rather than a cat, mouse, arb, we'll sue you, you know, and you know, again, I don't want to say this is probably a European view of a U.S. You know, reg you know, problem that we see now in things like crypto, particularly from utility tokens right now to anything that's a security. But I think this is really important to think about because, again, we're so focused on equivalence that, you know, if you go ahead and decide to regulate any of the things that Dina and Tom are talking about here in crypto, but you don't get it right, you're going to get arbed anyway. Yeah. And everyone's always talking about, you know, you know, our community is consumed with licensing. So Malta is probably the biggest, largest jurisdiction that's licensed VASPs, CASPs. Vara's popped up now in Dubai, unknown to the DFS, and looks like it's trying to attack things. And you know, Greg and I say, that's picks and shovels. Where are the assets? Who benefits from the assets? Where's the custody going to happen? You know, you get back to those questions, whether or not they're digital assets, crypto assets, or real world assets. And I only say that to the extent that I think we do need some leadership here and some cooperation to avoid another generation of arbitrage, which our kids will be doing now on Roblox or, you know, Fortnite. They'll be arbing us while they're ordering their physical food through a virtual community. And just to pick up on one other, you know, thing, in addition to sort of Mika, the work that's going on here, and identity, which again I think is critical, I think Jude raises an excellent point about his diaspora discussion. And then we didn't get to CBDCs. There's a lot of stuff going on. Put aside the yuan, but if you ever had a use case for a retail CBDC alongside all of our very strong private market stablecoin issuers, it is in sub-Saharan Africa, because our whole orientation towards securities or consumer protection in Europe are completely irrelevant in many places in sub-Saharan Africa, other than some of the benefits that we're trying to achieve.
So, I mean, I'm going to have to say, because we're talking about central bank digital currency, and I'm probably going to sound like Randy Quarles or Pat Toomey because I used to work for Pat Toomey, but the strength, so this is all about the, you know, for the US is the strength of the dollar, right? The strength of the dollar is because we have people trust us. We have a good legal system. I'm a lawyer. Maybe we're too litigious, but we have a good legal system, right? But it's also that we have the most robust private sector in the world. People, when they're paying for things, I know there are some exceptions in Australia, so there are, you know, exceptions here and there, but generally they're using our global brands, right? So to me, central bank digital currency can mean different things, right? So I would interpret it in the narrowest of forms, right? Which is, okay, to the extent that the Fed runs payment systems like ACH today, run it on the blockchain instead, right? But when it comes to payments that exist now, again, like the private sector is constantly innovating and changing faster than the government can change. Look at Fed now, it's like Fed later, right? So our strength is going to be the private sector involvement. And hopefully that private sector involvement is disruptive, right? Because right now we don't have a lot of competition in the rail space, right? The fees are generally interchange fees. And, you know, having new actors in the payment space is going to strengthen the dollar. I will also say, just in terms of, you know, yes, the US, you know, now we've come to a point where we really need like everything nailed down, right? But the US, I think we're slower to move. Sometimes we're slow to move and it's bad, like you know, like what is it, 5G and Huawei and all that. Sometimes we're behind and that's a mistake, right? But sometimes I think we're slower to move because of the fact that we have that large private sector that's talking to everyone in Washington and the agencies, right? And that we try to let 1,000 flowers bloom and see where it goes, right? See where we don't want to like stifle competition and pick winners and losers too soon. Now we're at a point where the genie is out of the bottle, right? And now it's like the crypto industry is kind of almost a mirror of the financial services industry, and you know, feeling a lot of uncertainty, right? And so now we do need that certainty, and I think retail investors need the certainty. But that's why we're different in terms of how we move. We don't hold hands as fast with everyone because we don't want to do something that is going to be disruptive of innovation. And I'll just say one more thing. You know, I'm a Washington, D.C., Pennsylvania, East Coast person. So I used to go to California all the time to speak, you know, when I joined my firm. The first couple times I went, I thought, well, on crypto, I was like, this all sounds illegal. And there were like famous people talking about it. I'm like, this sounds like not right, right? And then I came to appreciate it. I was just like, you know what? If there wasn't that innovation out there, then we wouldn't have Uber, right? Or we wouldn't have a lot of things that we have today. So it's by design that Silicon Valley is far from the East Coast so that they can like make things happen, like miraculous things, right? So, I mean, some of this is, as I said, it's like the way that we operate here in terms of, you know, having, really relying greatly on the private sector.
Great words to live by, I think. So thank you all. This has been a fascinating discussion. I think that we probably have some hungry people in the room here, but you have all given us a lot to think about, and would love to continue this discussion, get a little deeper into CBDCs and so on at the next one. So thank you all, and appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Corey.
Thank you.
panelists, not mine, but our panelists, please, our esteemed panelists to come. And I see we've got a nice crowd here, but you're too far away. So I'm just going to disturb everybody, and I'm going to ask you please to come forward because we have so many people here, and we want to actually, this is going to be a different kind of panel because this panel is actually going to be a discussion among, we're going to attempt to make this a discussion because we have some interesting,
How do you want to distribute
you
us?
want me to sit someplace else? Oh, I'm the right. Anyway, can I ask you, I think some of you probably had some of that turkey sandwich. And that means that we're fighting against the chemicals and the enzymes in the turkey. That's just like wanting to try to put you all to sleep. So a couple of you just do it. Just like come up. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Maybe a couple more. Maybe can I get 5 people? If 5 of you.
Should give a prize.
Come to the front or move to the front. Up, Jeremy, excellent. These are people who know me are moving to the front. I think there might be a prize.
Whoever doesn't move up gets to spend a week with me.
Sure, I was going to sit in the middle, but I'm happy to. Okay, thanks a lot, guys.
Yeah, you should be on an extreme.
Okay, they want me on the extreme. They don't realize that I'm already on the extreme. So anyway, I want to thank you all. Some of you who moved up, thank you so much. This is going to be just a little bit different, as you can tell, because we all have something to say, but we know you all have something to say too. And so the idea is that I'm going to be asking some questions of our panelists, but then, if you have a question or you have a thought, raise your hand and I'll recognize you. I may not recognize you right away, but really soon. But the other thing is, we're all going to have a chance for this to be interactive so that, we're going to have questions, we're going to have answers. If people go too long, I might jump in. That happens. It's not personal. It's not personal. So, so this is the DeFi panel. I'm Andrea Tiniano. I'm a Delaware lawyer. I'm working with GBBC on this group, and I've been in the space for quite a number of years as a legal advisor and a business advisor. But now I'm going to ask the panelists to please tell us just a little bit about themselves. They're going to keep their bios short because you can read all about them in multiple sources, and then we're going to jump right in. Thank you.
Jay Gdansky, founder and CEO of Evertas. We are the first crypto asset and blockchain infrastructure insurance company and the largest cover holder, but read more about us on our website.
I'm Greg Medcraft. I'm on the board of GBBC Digital Finance and also on the board of a digital finance research center. Prior to this, I was the director of the OECD, and prior to that, I was the chairman of the Australian Securities Commission and IOSCO, and then prior to that, I was an investment banker, Wall Street, 30 years in banking.
I'm Daniel. I used to head the protocols team at Stakefish, a validator service provider, and then led special projects at F2 Pool, mining pool.
So we have 3 different people in 3 different areas, very different parts of the industry. And even though we might all know what DeFi is, everybody sort of has an idea, they think they know what it is. I'm interested in the panelists, if you could each tell us what your take is. What does DeFi, what does that mean to you? And let's just start with you, Jay.
I think a lot of times, it starts with decentralized finance, right? But I think people get a little too fixated on the finance piece. I think of DeFi as representing decentralized applications and tooling, of which obviously, for various reasons, finance is a large part of that, including some of the economic incentive structures. But I do think it's a little bit, there's a little bit of a myopic discussion because it tends to solely focus on the financial parts. And there are many applications, ID being one of them, trade finance, provenance of goods, et cetera, just kind of off the top of my head, where it is far broader than that.
Well, basically, what I see is DeFi is basically it's a financial infrastructure, an alternative financial infrastructure that is built on a blockchain that is permissionless, that is public, and that is programmable via smart contracts. And the thing that really distinguishes it from other blockchains is that, firstly, it's non-custodial, which makes it very attractive. Secondly, is that it's self-governing. And thirdly, the most exciting part of it is the composability and interoperability of it that really does allow the building of even more innovation, alternative financial infrastructure.
I would just say it's unencumbered access to censorship-resistant financial platform.
Are we talking about the ideal here, or are we talking about reality, what's out there? What do you think? You know, because we're talking about decentralized, we're talking about the unencumbered, and what does anyone have any take on that?
Maybe the reality is that we'll have certain countries that determine whether or not they are actually decentralized. But
Can
like
you
the idea,
elaborate on that? What do you mean?
the ideal is that it'd be a completely neutral protocol that that doesn't have, let's say, like a subjective say on who can use it or not. Yeah, but maybe we'll keep it
I
at
sense
that.
some subtext there.
Maybe Greg, you have strong ideas about what kind of people can access like a neutral protocol, or maybe it's you can liken it to
I think
like
you've got to distinguish. I mean, I think decentralized finance per se is a good thing, but then if you're, you know, like a DAO is a good thing for it's a mutual, right? But it's the issue of when you move into dealing with financial services, depending on the type of financial service, the level of assurance the community needs is greater, and the levels of security then tend to be greater. So it sort of is a function of what is the nature of the promise or protection that you're providing the service. The thing I'm very excited by DeFi, more so than just centralized blockchain, because its ability in terms of speed and, you know, reducing costs and friction, and it's got so many great advantages where I'm sort of really strong believer in, hey, let's try and work out how we can make this truly happen.
Yeah,
that's why, you know, whether it's in asset, and why are all the banks interested in it? Because they're scared like hell, right? Whether it's asset management, insurance, borrowing and lending, decentralized stock exchanges. I mean, basically, it potentially can attack the whole financial system, right? But for good reason, right?
Absolutely.
So
And
I'm a fan, but it does mean, you know, you identify the risks and the opportunities, and then how do you solve the problem, right? So that's what we're doing and trying to do at GDF, is trying to develop standards that actually say, right, okay, yeah, as we used to say at the bank, there's no problems, there's only solutions.
so I want to pick up on something you said, which had to do with decentralization. And what is decentralization? How much decentralization? Are you going to have absolute decentralization? And it sounded to me like you're saying, well, when you're dealing with financial assets, you better have not only a lot of decentralization, but you better have some really tremendous security built in. And that's sort of where the standards go to.
Yeah, I mean, but you know, if you're going to build a business, you want to have customers to have trust and confidence in you, right? So I mean, you don't necessarily need a regulator to say you don't want to be hacked. Standard says, well, one of our standards is it's got to have good, strong security around it, right?
So I'd like to jump now to to my friend Jay here, because you want to have these secure protocols on a decentralized system, and I suspect, given your expertise in the insurance industry, you probably have something to say about that, and maybe we can learn something from insurers like yourself.
Well, as everyone who knows me knows, I always have something to say about it, pretty much everything. I think that someone said, oh, DeFi, D-E-F-Y, we should put Jay on this, but there we go. This is doing better than my actuary joke, which was at the last panel I was at with you. It's the only activity we got in that room. So first off, I mean, I think on the issue of decentralization, we should recognize the fact, and there's a great report by Trail of Bits, the infrastructure is not particularly decentralized, right? I think some ridiculous percentage of assets of decentralized infrastructure is being run off of AWS.
I just want to stop for a second. Does everybody understand? Has everyone? What he's saying is really important. By show of hands, is that something that's known to everybody about this AWS? Some people know. Can you just elaborate just a little bit, because I really want the room to really get what you're talking about here.
This is one area where the Bitcoin maximalists have a really good point, and God, it hurts to say. most infrastructure is being run off of Amazon Web Service or some other cloud provider, mostly Amazon Web Service or so Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud Products, et cetera. And so, if someone just says to Amazon, hey, shut down off all those nodes, you lose a lot of your processing power. It also takes, this is a very interesting report that they put out, so it's, I think, 26 pages. They also had a podcast on it if you prefer that format where they discuss it. It takes far less financial resources than people think to do 51% attacks and have some kind of softer manipulations of these things. So when we talk about decentralization, one should try to think about how truly decentralized all of these things are. I think a lot of them have architectures that enable them to be truly decentralized, but when you actually look at the infrastructure, that's not the case. Not to go off on a kind of a tangent.
No, but I thought it was important. But you can go back.
From a standards and security perspective, we're fairly unique as a company in that we developed underwriting and policy forms designed specifically for this industry. We're not repurposing other kind of processes or other policy forms. And so we really have to think about, well, how do you, for potentially a very diverse, fast-changing group of risks, how do you do underwriting and manage those risks? And obviously standards is going to be a large part of that. I'll be frank that I think, if you look 2 or 3 years, you've seen massive improvement within the industry around, DeFi in particular, where you had these massive hacks and people running away with money, and now there are these massive hacks, the funds get frozen, someone says, oh no, I'm just a white hacker, pay me a bug bounty, they get a relatively small percentage of the assets that they found, and the assets tend to be returned, which is really actually a very substantial improvement, along with greater tooling and kind of infrastructure support that. So I think we have made a lot of progress. I think there's a lot of progress that is yet to be made. And I think that ultimately, from a very selfish interest, and I'm always a little wary of market arguments because I see, the theoretical kind of libertarian talking points don't always play out, but there is definitely a vested interest for us as an industry to make sure that people don't have their money stolen from them, their assets stolen from them, because otherwise, as Greg said, no one's going to use them.
Yeah, it's not going to work out very well. I'm going to jump to Daniel, please.
Yeah, I could.
Sorry.
I don't know if this. No.
I think you're on the other one.
Oh, I can basically reiterate what he was saying. Stakefish is like the largest non-custodial validator for Ethereum, and we're also the same on Cosmos, and it's actually, I would say that decentralization's point, one of the biggest points for decentralization is the type of resilience you would get. Let's say, for example, if the government decides to tell Amazon to shut down all the validators who are running their infrastructure on it. One other thing I think is when you do want truly sort of unencumbered access to the system that you have across the world, you need to be able to be resilient also to sort of doxed or publicly known entities, specifically in the proof of stake ecosystem that, coincident like Ethereum is moving to tomorrow, all of the validators that are representing these large nodes, and these validators are basically service providers that run these nodes for other people, we're all doxed. There's a VAT, and so I'm not saying you regulators do this, or maybe you do need to, but it's very easy to basically, you just go down a list on a leaderboard and you can know who each validator is, and there's people who publicly represent them. You can literally shut down, you could just say, oh, Daniel, you live in America, you want to stop doing this, or we're going to send you to jail, or going to, then I can't do anything. I'm glad to live in America and I enjoy it a lot, but that's the type of resiliency that I think is afforded by that type of decentralization. And a lot of validators, I lead a working group called the Validator Commons, and we were all sort of, when the OFAC sanctions came down on Tornado Cash, that's an application level sort of censorship, let's say, attack. But then,
Wait, are you saying that the OFAC listing of Tornado Cash was an attack by our own government? Is that kind of?
Okay, maybe not attack, but
I know. I appreciate that.
Let's say from the crypto maxi side, but then it's trivial. It's maybe it's a slippery slope where you just go to, okay, that opens a door to going and talking to infrastructure service provider where you can actually stop certain transactions from passing through at the block building level. There's a very popular decentralized exchange in the Cosmos ecosystem called Osmosis, and there literally is a file called block.go that has been sort of compliant to those sort of lists. And then that was a big argument in the validator community that was deciding to kind of vote in whether or not we implement that block.go file that would at default not even allow transactions to pass through when people were doing it, which is great, right? Because if the United States government decides that these sets of addresses they don't want people to interact with, but then there's also like the kind of neutrality component that other people in the world that don't necessarily have the same opinions of the United States government are encumbered from accessing this supposedly neutral protocol, which then comes into the question of like, then who, like, are these blockchains actually truly decentralized or neutral versus what you having more like permission systems. And I have worked with permission blockchains many years ago, and it all just turns into sort of like these distributed databases. Yeah, like we look at TradeLend. I mean, like that Marvin Early literally came and gave a talk when I was in grad school, and we had him draw it out, and it was a distributed database. And then he was like, yeah, like this is what ended up happening because one, Hyperledger Fabric was quite difficult to work with, but then when you don't have like some of those guarantees that you can get from those properties of decentralization and specifically censorship resistance, you just like.
So Daniel, I'm going to ask you a question because what you're saying is absolutely fascinating to me, and I'm sure to everyone here. Is there an end game here? Because obviously we know that the U.S. government has tools to stop transactions that they believe to be dangerous to this country. OFAC, and that's why OFAC they did it. They're being challenged, but they did it. So is there a path forward here that you can, given your experience, that, what do you think?
The extreme end is like the crypto maxis, like, strap nodes onto their back and live underground and continue. I mean, like,
but you, as you said, we like living in America. So for those of us who like living in America, is there a way to? What do you think?
Maybe it's continued conversations with regulators. I think like there is definitely like if you ask anyone, like, yeah, of course you don't want terrorists using this. But
sorry, it's why often, a lot of innovators get it all wrong because they often say, well, often they say, look, we're happy we all want to be regulated, but the issue is the sort of regulation that you're offering is not what we really want.
Right.
And
we want regulation, just not that regulation.
As a regulator for a decade, I always find these discussions very amusing, but also having, the work that we're doing at GBBC Digital Finance is we're talking about a co-reg model where we're saying, hey, basically you don't need to wait for the government if you have industry standards that actually deal with what the mandate of the relevant regulators are, like OFAC, right? OFAC's concerned about, national security.
Of course.
So, okay, well, we shouldn't do something that's going to really annoy OFAC, right, and put us in national, because not many people have got sympathy that if you're causing a breach of national security, right?
Nobody wants that.
No, they're not. Of course they're not. Right? Like the American way of life. But I think a lot of the time you can be forward-leaning if you're realistic about setting market standards. Market standards, not that you develop in isolation with the regulators, but in collaboration with the regulators, so that basically, look, what's on your mind? What is really concerning you, whether it's anti-money laundering regulator?
I'm curious about whether Daniel thinks his validator group would be willing to sit down with the regulators and have a really comprehensive conversation, because my guess is they want to know. They may not give you what you want, but maybe, would they do that? Would they sit down with the regulators?
You're talking about like self-regulation or like FINRA style kind of stuff. Yeah.
Or at least getting the conversation started, right? Like,
I think it makes a lot of sense.
I'm not
I
putting you
think
on the spot.
I think governments have a bigger upper hand, right? Like there literally are people who are there literally are people who are trying to build wind turbines that float in international waters and strap nodes to them, and then people are like, oh, it's not going to work because like we have like, oh, boat comes out and knocks it out. There's a satellite in space that Blockstream sent out, right? But the cryptocurrency.
Have people like you who actually want to live and work in the U.S. and want to be.
Of course, yeah. I think we'll bend the knee, right?
Okay, what were you going to say?
So
I'll defend Daniel's use of the word attack because I think, from a security standpoint, when you look at a system, you're like, anyone who's meddling with it is an attacker. It's not necessarily, doesn't have quite the, the connotation that most of the lay community would associate with. But, a couple points. I mean, I think there's a much larger discussion that has to happen, particularly in the Western world, around, we've kind of tried to play kind of both sides of the privacy and security spectrum. And
What do you mean by that?
so, like, I don't know, 40 years ago, right? Who has the ability to crack strong encryption and do really very sophisticated attacks? Well, there's like 5 countries, and you have satellites. You can say, okay, the Russians are building a supercomputer. Okay, that can house this many things, and therefore this encryption is no longer secure. And I think the idea that for a long time it's like, well, we can have security, but privacy, but security, but we don't need privacy. That's completely false. I mean, again, this is kind of way off topic where you're thinking about the misuse of private data and personal data. I do not see how you can have a secure or a future without privacy, and privacy is fundamentally at odds with the kind of pervasive financial surveillance and actual surveillance that's being being built out.
Yeah,
and so
that's
I
a good
think
point.
at some point, we have to make a decision. Do we want to have freedom? And that freedom does mean that you're going to have bad actors who are going to be slipping through the cracks or not. And that's like a much bigger.
But we've seen this. But we've seen this issue. Remember with the iPhone, and it was encrypted, and the FBI or somebody wanted to get into the iPhone, and they said no, we're not doing it. I mean, like,
Sorry,
we haven't seen
you
this.
end up with regulation is because
And what's that?
when you have bad actors do bad stuff, and the industry hasn't self-regulated itself well enough, you end up having regulators, the social license moves. The people call on the government's going,
But that's why we have the 14th Amendment, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this is an issue we've been struggling with since the birth of our nation. Like, how much
But you're
power
not-
does the government have against what kind of rights
but
we
you can,
have?
The point I'm making is you can actually manage it. There are industries that are very well self-regulated because they're forward-looking and they've got good market standards, and they're actually well self-regulated. And they go, well, actually, this doesn't happen here. Therefore, the regulators say, well, it's nothing to see, right?
So I mean, I
So
think
sometimes it's a fair.
I understand what you're saying about that.
Look, I mean, trust me, I want nothing more than to have nice standards, right?
Yeah.
And clear regulations. I'm just making a point that's somewhat separate from this, which is that the idea, right, which is like, well, things are going to be generally safe, and if a wise sworn judge who swears an oath to the Lord Almighty says that you did something wrong, we can go break through that. The idea that you're going to have selective security doesn't work.
Oh, yeah, agree.
And so this is the problem. This is the iPhone example. Yes, you're right. We couldn't get into the iPhone of the San Bernardino attacker, but almost all of these scenarios that people come up with are either ridiculous scenarios that as soon as you start picking them apart, make no sense. There's a ticking time bomb in Grand Central Station. Well, guess what? How do you know that? You have information. You have a lot of information and a lot of tools that don't require you to break encryption, okay? The flip side of this is that when you start backdooring these things, you basically just create honeypots, and the even sophisticated, security actors, let alone governments, have shown time and time again that they're unable to keep that information secure. Every single person with a security clearance going back decades has their fingerprints, their psychiatrists, their financial issues sitting in a bank in China because the OPM couldn't keep their data straight. The CIA could not keep its most valuable cyber weapons secure. So like if we think that somehow we're going to trust these people with some sort of selective backdoor, that's insane. And eventually the people that run this country need to realize, and most of the
Tell us how you really feel. Don't.
Oh no, I'm holding. Trust me, I'm holding back. Like people have to actually figure out that ultimately these things that allow them to do their KYC and their financial surveillance and all this other stuff is ultimately going to bite them in the butt because you're actually empowering your actors, your malicious actors who do not have your best
All right,
interest at heart.
we're going to jump over to Dan, and I Fourth Amendment,
Sorry.
not 14th Amendment, search and seizures.
I just want to reiterate what he said. Like, you can't have the type of self-sovereignty without that type of privacy, right? If someone's always watching you, literally have an open and transparent bank account that they've connected with you, you're not able to move that money if you want. And right, maybe I think it was like the late 80s or 90s, there was literally like the government tried to put backdoors in encryption. It was like they had something called the Clipper chip. Yeah, and it was like, but maybe there's like stuff you could do with zero knowledge proofs and have like attestations that are only selectively revealed. Who knows? But I think that if you do sort of limit the type of innovation that Greg was talking about, which we don't want, right? It's then you can't have that competition on the world stage. It's funny because I don't know if everyone saw, like, Andreessen Horowitz had put out this sort of team called American Dynamism, which was literally trying to, like, they're pointing a finger at, let's say, the United States having, like, falling back in terms of, like, the technological innovation that a lot of the world is kind of progressing on rapidly. And I think crypto and blockchain is definitely one of them that they need to, like, the regulators need to be open to playing ball and thinking that, oh, we know best and we're just gonna, like, steamroll everyone and we don't even have a chance to, like, to play in maybe sandboxes, right? Like, I think.
Sandbox is a good idea, but I think with something like DeFi, when it was first raised with me, they go, it's just going to ban it, right?
What was that? I didn't hear what you said.
When it was raised with me originally, they're going, oh, this is really dangerous, anti-money laundering, right? They can just basically all anonymous and,
Well, not anonymous, right? It's
yeah,
not.
well, they are anonymous, right? And I said, well, let's break this down, right? Well, I mean, there's ways of solving that problem, right? You've got the Concordium blockchain, which actually has got remarkable anonymity, which only the regulators, and you've got to have a court order to get access to the. So if you've really got a concern about the actor that actually is transferring money, and you've got a good reason to do so, that particular party, you can solve the problem, right? It's not. But between us, it's still anonymous, right? So, I mean, without having a backdoor. So, again, there are solutions that you've just got to think about the problem. What's your problem? And how do you,
what are the risks? What are the risks and how?
Like it's example, say, with the DAOs, right? And they go, oh, DAO, it's, well, no. At the end of the day, you can have a DAO with a set of rules, algorithms, whatever, but there probably still needs to be a responsible party if something goes wrong.
Maybe. What do you think? DAOs, decentralized organizations, autonomous organizations. Greg is saying that. Yes, please. Stand up. Tell us who you are. Is there a mic?
His name's
yes,
Mike.
there is a mic.
I'll keep on making that joke.
Here we go. Here you go. Tell us who you are.
Hello. My name is Connor Riley. I'm with the Cato Institute doing crypto policy stuff. With DAOs, it's like interesting because they're branded as decentralized, but like a lot of the voting is done by like one or two whales to hold a majority of the tokens, and then they dictate the outcomes.
So it sounds like you're in sort of agreement with Greg here. Anybody else have a thought about DAOs and who's really holding the cards? Who's making the? Actually, I see someone shaking her head, but
sorry,
oh, we got someone right here.
I think the point for DAOs is more to protect the people who are the governance token holders who could end up, if it's seen as an unincorporated joint venture or partnership, with the legal liability.
Oh.
So what I'm talking about is how do we make this new DeFi system work without the unexpected, basically passing liability, tax liability, or other things
To the unsuspecting token holder.
Sorry, this is about how you make it actually robust. And you say, right, well, it is a separate legal entity. You can't go after the people who are the equity holders. But there is a responsible party that actually they can deal with. So that's what I'm talking about.
So basically, kind of like normal corporate structuring, where these are the officers. If I'm a shareholder and I do,
except that with a DAO, you don't have a board of directors, right? You just got the algorithm. So you're dealing directly with the membership, but you don't want to deal with the whole membership if it's a legal case, right? But you still need to appoint a legal representative.
This gentleman stood up to ask a question.
And walked forward.
What do you have to say?
There have also been some interesting examples of meta governance in DAOs where other DAOs or protocols that own tokens for sort of almost like an ETF token or LP tokens that leverage those to get an outsized say in another DAO. So there's some unintended.
You've got the fluidity of the tokens, right?
Yes, and sometimes there've been instances of those being manipulated, try to get certain outcomes in another DAO that would benefit another protocol. Or
so we don't have a lot of fiduciary obligations then among the token holders and
DAOs all the way down.
DAOs all the way down.
But I do think the DAO is more about you've got to solve the legal issue of DAOs, because I think they're critical to the evolution of DeFi, and you do have to have a separate legal entity. And that's something, as you said, one that Delaware is looking at this. You know, we know that others, Australia is at the moment. We are working on a change to the corporate law that will allow, as a major jurisdiction, a DAO. But it will probably most likely still require there's a responsible person with resources if something goes wrong, right? That that you can do it. But it means that then token holders don't end up with the unlimited liability, right? So I mean, that's where I think it's another example where you try to solve the problem of DeFi. Yeah.
Anybody else have any comments before we move forward? Next. Yes.
I've just got one. You know, if you listened at all to Chair last week, he identified exactly that, you know, investors should have the same after. Resonate with those of us lawyers at law firms. Essentially, you know, who do you engage with when you're signing an engagement letter? And, you know, who is the entity after whom, you know, you're looking at the end of the day to get paid? And it was quite a sort of, you know, pointed and appropriate statement, I think, for the audience. And someone in that position, I mean, I represent DAOs, and I deal with conflict among DAO members when they fall out, and there are multi-sig wallets, and there is a dispute over whether, you know, is this a partnership or what was this intended to be? And it's a tricky issue.
I think that's where I know the discussion is going in other countries. It's actually heading towards the idea of responsible entity takes on that, you know, that area.
I'll kind of pile on, and this is kind of another example where probably the industry is going to be able to run ahead of where regulators are in terms of how this starts to shape up.
Well, actually, the industry could come up with the market standard
and
actually
should.
say, we think there should be a responsible entity, right? Hey, you don't need to wait for the government to do it for you, right?
Yeah,
you can shape it.
So it sounds like this group doesn't think necessarily that the regulators or the legislators ought to be coming up with the legislation or the regulations. It's that the people in the room and on the panel who are intricately involved with the different parts of whether they're miners or validators, they need to be putting their heads together and start thinking about what are those standards, what is, you know, you want to have a very narrowly tailored, I'm a lawyer, so we talk about narrowly tailored responses to the risks, right? Yeah. Think about what those risks are and how could they be mitigated, and what is the role, and not just what's the role of government, how could technology, like what we're talking about, the zero knowledge proofs, with respect to identity and other aspects. Even I think it's even custody could be potentially, right?
But also things like we talked about security, right? Well, okay, yeah, sure. Let's agree on a standard on basically the testing and the auditing and monitoring of the algorithms, right, as an industry standard, right? Oh yeah, that one, yeah, sure, I dealt with that. DAO, here's the way, we dealt with that. Okay, what's your other issue? Oh, specific identification. Okay, we actually are using this particular blockchain, and if you've got a problem, anti-money launderer, yeah, this is our standard. So I mean, if you're a good industry, and then even if the government wants to come in, you go, well, hold on, why do you need to come and regulate?
So, yeah.
We're here, we're doing it, what's your problem, right? That's where you should be, yeah?
So, what were you going to say, Jay?
Yeah, so, I mean, this is the role that the insurance industry has kind of played historically, so, I mean, I can get on my high horse and give you the history of, the fact that, building codes, fire safety, consumer safety is all from
but is the industry now working on it, or do you need to
Well, we are the industry, and yes, we are.
You are your company, you, Jay.
Yeah,
and this is where you say, actually, I have some suggestions.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is something we're actively working on. I think, part of the problem is that I think, ambiguous regulation is worse than no regulation. And regulators are often too slow and, quite frankly, too disconnected from what's going on to be effective. And this is kind of recognized, right? Like the SEC, I think in 2011, 2012, actually required public companies to have cyber insurance. They said, well, wait a minute, we're not going to do a good job of keeping track of this. Of course, the cyber insurers didn't either, although that's changed pretty rapidly in the last 2 years. We want to have some third party that has some actual economic skin in the game. And I think that you're starting to see this where we're seeing the jurisdictions that require bonds for money transmitters starting to require those bonds to cover crypto. I thought that was going to be probably 2 years from now. We've over the last several months, a number of them have come forth and said, nope, when you get a Fidelity bond, it has to cover crypto. I do believe, I think the SEC trying to regulate some of the exchanges will require insurance. And I think in general, the industry itself, I'll put on my pro-regulator hat for a second, hasn't been doing itself any favors.
Yeah.
And we've had a number of conversations with people who say, well, you know, I just want insurance basically that costs nothing. I don't care. I just want to say I have an insurance policy. You're like, well, okay, that's great. And there are plenty of people out there who do that, and that's not going to develop the sort of kind of robust
kind of infrastructure.
Yes, that
I want to go
working on.
back to something, Daniel. Daniel, in an earlier conversation, I think you had taken a very extreme position, although interesting, about caveat emptor, let the buyer beware. And to some extent, that's somewhat of an ethos in the crypto industry, where you have people can look at the protocol, they can decide if they want to send their value to a smart contract. So is all this talk about regulation and insurance, is that really necessary? Or do we need to find some middle ground?
I think insurance is like a good way of self-regulating. I think also if you do, let's say, leave it up to the community to decide, there used to be this sort of mantra that code is law that I think everyone kind of gave up really quickly. I used to be a code is law maxi. Like I used to be an Ethereum classic maximalist, and then quickly had to change my tune. But here's a fun story. So there was if you wanted to have sort of like this self-regulation and buyer beware, or like whatever terms and conditions that people maybe passively or signed on to, there is still possibilities to like roll back the clock. We all like to think that these chains are actually immutable, but when you get validators or infrastructure service providers that can, let's say, collude on behalf of the community, then you can do it. There was a Japanese maybe crime syndicate that had accidentally or inadvertently received like $128 million worth of an airdrop when a new chain came on. In the chain was called Juno, and then the community literally went and then argued on behalf of their own sort of bags, and then said, we're literally going to take this guy's money out from his wallet and then burn it. And that's what they did, right? So that self-sovereignty and that type of immutability was violated, but does it really matter if, right, do the laws of the chain or the properties or principles of a certain cryptocurrency matter if no one uses it? Like if you thought of like Juno or those cryptocurrencies or blockchains as like these villages, and even though like certain like laws are like, let's say 1 + 1 = 2 and the sky is blue, but the entire village decided to say that, oh, we're going to agree and to live under the reality that the sky is red, and they go all migrate to that village that believes it. That other village that has like the universal truths of whatever math or nature is, it's going to not exist anymore. So there still is the ability to have that type of sort of self-regulation because the community has such an outsized say, which is precisely sort of like they were valuing corruption resistance over self-sovereignty and immutability. And maybe there are gives and takes there, but it's still possible. You still have that type of self-regulation. And right, again, it's like, it's experimenting. I would say some of these governance ecosystems in these chains, and a lot of proof of stake has different types of governance. We are sometimes recreating the wheel, and we're looking at, it's pretty bad if like we have mob rule, but then it's also pretty bad if we have like tyranny of the devs. And then you're looking at something that looks remarkably similar to like an electoral college vote and a popular vote, which is like, we had that exist. But then, right, maybe that's where there's that disconnect between, right, engaging with people who actually know this. Like the company I used to be at, like we literally gave out grants like law schools and then asked them like, hey, you like hit the books. This is like the technology platform that we're working with. And then now we're implementing this type of governance that allows for the community to have a voice and be that check and balance against sort of a centralized authority. And we have much more liquidity in terms of who we do delegate to be those authorities versus having to wait 4 or 6 years to do so. But I think it's all possible because you have like the efficiency from a global level to have that type.
Question to the group: given the speed with which regulations are being enacted in different parts of the world, right? Where is this all going? Where is this, and how will we in the U.S. will you think the U.S. will play ball with the other jurisdictions? Will
Yes,
set out?
Yeah, it will. I mean, basically, Well, I mean, basically, the approach to regulation, what we're seeing is functional equivalence, because the SEC said it's a security, if you weren't listening, it's a security. It's generally managed investment scheme.
For the time being.
Well, no, they've been
Well,
saying it for 5 years,
they've been
but
saying
nobody's
it,
been listening, actually. Jay Clayton said it 5 years ago. I mean, I agreed with Jay Clayton 5 years ago as a formula regulator. It's like, of course it's an investment scheme. Everyone in the industry is going, oh, no, it's something special. It's like, no. Anyway,
Well, I think some people in the room, I'm just saying, even though that's
so,
what's
but
being
back
said.
to answering your question.
Yes.
Once you have basically functional equivalence, and you go whether it's, once you have functional equivalence, you say it's a managed investment scheme, and therefore intermediaries who are in that chain, then basically they get regulated. And all, in terms of algorithms, you've already got experience in terms of functional regulation, because we basically regulate high frequency trading, which is algorithms, or robo financial advice, which is algorithms. So basically it doesn't take much to connect the dots. But basically then, if you look at what's happened with MiCA, big one in Europe, MiCA and MiFID, basically even Gensler said, we may have to rethink the disclosure regime. The disclosure regime, which he's quite right. From my old area of securitization, they had to develop different disclosure for ABS, right? So, and what the Europeans have done with MiCA, within MiCA, they've actually got a tailored disclosure regime. So getting regulatory equivalence, I don't think is going to be that difficult once you get the situation clarified here, and it seems to be now coming to security tokens. So I'm actually quite sort of optimistic on that. But then it's about regulatory equivalence. Then it's about getting.
But can I ask you a question just to follow up? In the U.S., a lot of these tokens and what Gary Gensler has articulated relies on the Howey test, but Europe doesn't have the Howey test, and that's not.
Sorry, Europe has the managed investment scheme, and MiFID. It's identical.
It's identical?
Yeah, it's a managed investment scheme. Australia has a managed investment scheme. It's a collective, if basically you have something where you have a common enterprise that actually is going to make money and increase in value, that is a managed investment. It includes, in fact, in my country, it includes people who initially, it can cover people who own timeshares, right? Because if they increase in value, includes horse racing syndicates. They get exempted, right? They go, well, that's, we're not trying to do that. It's a scheme that people come together with the purpose of making money. And if effectively you've got a coin and you're marketing it to people and saying, well, actually, you're going to make a lot of money out of this, you can't go back and say, well, actually, we didn't really mean that. We meant something else. Come on.
You only say that when you lose money.
The problem for a regulator is when people lose money, they go, why weren't you regulating it?
Well, so this is actually, I'm not a regulator and I'm not a lawyer, nor do I play one on TV, and we should all thank God for that because I'm a terrible actor. But I think that first off, the U.S. there's always these wild cards, right? Like you're seeing the regulatory regime and the administrative state not only politically under attack but legally under attack from the Supreme Court, and I think who knows. And then we have this kind of weird bicameral system. I think, the idea is at the end of the day, as much as sympathetic as I am to the kind of the Wild West, like, hey, buyer beware ethos, I'm a sophisticated person, I have a PhD in a technical field, and I still get really pissed off when I'm on a forum and someone says, oh, you should just read the code. I'm like, no, I'm not going to read the code of, every single thing that I use because that's impossible. And by the way, so I think there is a reason why regulations exist. There's a reason why standards exist. And I think, if you can get, and to your point, it's around having safety, right? So if that's done through self-regulation or through responsible industry or through regulation or through the insurance industry, shameless plug. Sorry, Sandra looks like she wanted to raise her hand. Oh.
Oh, we do have someone. I'm sorry, I missed you. I apologize, please. Yes, speak up. Okay, thanks, Daniel.
For the live stream, oh, sorry. Yeah. So the question is that, in securities here in the U.S., once an investment is restricted to accredited investors, then it becomes more of a caveat emptor type of scenario. So could it be that part of the problem here is that the smallest retail investor has been involved in Bitcoin and tokens, and maybe the way to look at it is as a sophisticated investment?
Well, look, I think there's like a much larger discussion to have about the fact that companies are increasingly not going public, right? And so they're staying in private markets. And I think there is this really pent-up demand for people who don't necessarily have the best access to the financial system or have their financials being looked at, where you're seeing these really huge growths in private markets, and that's being shared by a very small segment of the population, and everyone else is told, oh, you're too stupid to be here. But we let people be on juries, we let people vote. Like, I do think that like this paternalistic idea of regulators that, oh, we have to protect you from your own vices. Well, like you haven't really done a good job of that, just to be frank, in the crypto space or in the non-crypto space. And I think, you need to allow people to access to wealth growth and wealth generation, because people aren't going to tolerate that. And I think there are ways of creating reasonable disclosures and making it a place where people can be informed, which I think would be a very positive role for regulation. I think the regulatory system we have now is making it impossible for anything to happen. There was an article about how no new banks are forming in the US because the capital requirements have just gotten so high. And all of this is just bad for the end consumer, good for the incumbents, good for the wealthy, good for the connected. Not to say there isn't insider trading and shenanigans and all sorts of self-dealing that happens in the crypto space. There is, and it's disgusting. And I was a very hardcore libertarian, saw the 2017 ICO boom and bust, became far less hardcore of a libertarian, then saw how the regulators kind of screwed the pooch and made everything worse. And now I'm slightly more libertarian again, but there is a role there. But we have to recognize that we can't keep the vast majority of the population that doesn't make $200,000 a year out of wealth creation.
To your point is that retail investors are finding their way to crypto in any event. So we're not going to keep them out by, coming up with arbitrary thresholds for how much they own or what their salaries are or anything. But, our panel, sadly, is coming to an end very soon. Sarah, Sandra, do you have? Okay.
Written code that's not audited out into the wild without any kind of second, third level evaluation, things that
Absolutely.
we're now talking about hundreds of millions of dollars of losses, not,
There's a I think there's a solution to this. Some chains in the Cosmos ecosystem have permission contracts where you can't just put out smart contracts that haven't been audited and have been vetted. I think a good example of validators and infrastructure service providers that run these chains have kind of now begun to really internalize is that validators are supposed to be securing these chains and then, let's say, be the sort of decentralization set that identifies them as these independent third parties that can sort of like promote that type of progressive decentralization from these centralized foundations that set them up. An example of that really kind of hit home for a lot of the validators was that in that same hack, when we were trying to send the $128 million to a shared smart contract that would be governed by the community, the core dev that pushed out that smart contract had actually done like a copy paste error. And then none of the validators actually checked that code and then just blindly pushed the code into a live production environment that the chain now kind of represented. And then we were all like, oh crap, like we messed up big time. And then whose responsibility was it? Was it the core dev's fault? Was it like written into law that the validators should have been checking the code that they were pushing out? I think maybe that does warrant those type of hack level checks and balances that can be permissioned in a sense that there are other people like auditors that kind of are on retainer to do that, right? And maybe that is quasi-regulation of the type of code that people are able to interact with. And it can still even be anonymous, right? There's a bunch of anonymous teams that work with auditors like Trailbits and stuff. So
yeah, I said that someone thought that there was DeFi, DEFY, and now that I've gone after regulators and I've gone after the crypto industry, I'm now going to go after the crypto investors. On a technical level, there are definitely things that we can be doing better. The reality is, One of my favorite films is The Taking of Pelham 1, 2, 3. You can look at the plot, but there's a subway that gets hijacked, and the train controller just wants to get the trains moving again. And he says to the cops, he goes, "What'd they expect for a nickel? To live forever?" And, I'm not,
Respect for what?
for a nickel, to live forever. This is like a very New York thing, but it's a great film.
It's a great film. I just watched it.
The original one, not the garbage remake. Anyway. Anyway, look, at the end of the day, people want to make money, and they want to make money really, really quickly, and they were able to get away with it. And so ultimately, you have investors that are going to go put money in. They're going to buy a bunch of tokens at a discount. Maybe they get equity in some sort of IP as well. All right, they want to pump that up as quickly as they can, dump their tokens, make their investment back in cash. All right, and it's unattractive for them to invest in core infrastructure equity plays. I've run an insurance company for 5 years that's equity backed. It's rough. Okay, now that the entire market's gone to hell in a handbasket, all of a sudden equity investments look pretty good. But people were really looking for very quick short-term profits. And I think I was very, very critical of DeFi for a long time. I'm still a little bit wary of it because what was happening was exactly what you said. People were pushing code, the code's not audited, they weren't following basic security practices, they were doing things that were relaxed, they didn't have good oversight, good governance. And to the credit of the industry, as I mentioned earlier, there's been a lot of evolution at this point, from an infrastructure perspective, from a coordination perspective, to stop these hacks and recover these assets. And at the end of the day, if someone steals $600 million and they get 1% of it back for discovering a major vulnerability, I'm not sure that's bad, and I'm not sure that's not basically like we're creating a new form of bug bounty. And we're working within the industry to kind of make these processes better and a little bit more efficient. I will say, from an investment side, and Bloomberg said an article about this, every good smart contract auditor has over a year waiting list. And no one wants to sit there and say, I'm putting everything on hold for a year because I can't get a security audit. And that is absolutely an issue. We are, the industry is going to have to build better tools, but it's still very fragmented. You have many different chains, many different languages, and eventually you're going to see, and these are things that we are pushing for and working on, standardized smart contracts, right? So everyone knows this smart contract works this way. It's at least been tested in the wild and has X number of value on it. And I think this is part of just the teething processes of this growing.
But to your point about the auditor, I mean, maybe that should be outsourced to the community and with bounties.
But
so
the
that
problem,
everybody
The point is it should be done.
Of course, you're right. It should be done.
Sorry, as talking about industry standards, it should be an industry
Absolutely.
standard that basically the code has to be audited, tested to make sure that what you expect from it.
I'll take a contrarian
wrap
view.
up. We're going to have to do the
happens with high frequency trading. Basically, they have to be tested, audited, and monitored to make sure that they're not having outrageous outcomes that are not correct. I mean, it's
Daniel?
nothing new.
Daniel, you have the last word.
Yeah, I think but one thing too, I think also realize is that it's not like a dead end of we need to audit these. The Ethereum DAO hack in 2016 was a really clear example of, right, you have like the power of exit in these cryptocurrencies. And the reality is that no matter what was like written in code and is immutable, these chains are only as good as in as much as people use them. So literally the community had lost so much money because the people who had put the money into the DAO had suffered this attack on it. They just created their own chain and then made a new one. And then they just literally rolled it back, rolled certain transactions back where they didn't lose their money. And so like, even in the case of like the 600 million, maybe that was like the Axie hack or yeah, Wormhole. So it's like, as much as like people think that, oh, we can't do anything because the hackers are all evil and they're running away and they're tornado cashing it, there still is the possibility that the community, if they're organized enough, like what happened in Juno, that these infrastructure service providers can literally just like say, okay, we're gonna create our own longer chain, or we're gonna literally put into code that the money leaves that wallet. And then if, for example, 99 out of 100 people do agree that 600 million should be returned and forcibly taken out of that person's wallet, then what is right or wrong maybe doesn't matter. It's what the majority agrees to. So I'm just saying that there's that potential that still is capable of recovering in light of these hacks, and maybe it is literally just a matter of organization or coordination to recover. So like immutability is, as much as it pains me to say, it's like it's a myth of blockchains.
Relative.
Yeah, okay,
It's
yeah,
relative.
it's relative.
So first of all, I want to say thank you to the panelists here today, Jay, Greg, Daniel, and I want to thank all of you for participating and
So
for
can I
joining
make
us.
a shout out for GBBC Digital Finance, because we do actually have a paper we
Always.
did a few months ago
Always.
that covers all of the issues and vulnerabilities and that we've been talking about today. And we actually have a working group that's working on this, and hopefully we'll work towards some sort
And
of
should they
industry
contact you
standard.
if they're
So
interested?
just encourage everybody, because basically the future can be in your hands.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice job. Thank you.
everybody seems to have retreated back to the back of the room, which is fine. But Andrea and that last panel were great, and so I think we should try to keep that same level of energy up. So as we go through, this is the regulatory and enforcement panel, and there are way too many things for our fantastic panelists to just kind of drone on at you about. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to talk about a couple of key issues in the regulatory and enforcement space, but we really want this to be a discussion. I encourage the panelists to kind of crosstalk across each other, but I know there've got to be questions. Each panel has touched on regulatory and enforcement issues. The last panel, we were talking about regulatory and enforcement issues. So I really encourage all of you, if you have a question, please raise your hand, ask it. Otherwise, I'll have to start making up questions at the end. Who knows what I will say. So anyway, so I'm Alan Cohn. I'm the co-chair of the blockchain and cryptocurrency practice at Steptoe & Johnson. And I came to Steptoe & Johnson from the Department of Homeland Security, where I was for about 9 years, and then first encountered cryptocurrency back then. And to borrow my colleague Jason Weinstein's line, largely as an instrumentality of crime, but saw the bigger perspective and have been practicing in this space ever since. And so, like I said, it's too much for us to focus on everything that's going on right now. Sometimes that's, you would think it's good there's only a couple things going on, but I actually think the more that's going on, the more chance of clarity we actually get. So we're in a point where there's enough up in the air where we might actually get some clarity on different things. We're going to focus on the US regulatory and enforcement landscape. All of us are US attorneys, and so we're going to put aside the discussions of MiCA or MiFID or the regulatory regimes in Korea or Japan and some of the interesting enforcement activity that's going on in those places and the differences in enforcement in the EU and elsewhere, and just focus on the US. And it's interesting, I think that one of the things that always strikes me when we think about this space is that when we think about technology development and regulation, the post-war period, post-World War II period was full of government innovations coming out, or technological innovations coming out of government labs, military, civilian, government labs, and government had a lot of time to think about how to regulate technology before it commercialized. For the last 20, 30 years, that just hasn't been the case. And this space in particular has been a good example where regulators have really been trying to catch up to innovations, to technological, operational governance innovations. And it's difficult for everybody in the space. So we have a great panel to talk to you about this. Just by way of brief introduction, all the way opposite me is Carol Van Cleef from partner Bradley Arendt, one of the early attorneys in this space, deeply knowledgeable, been through the wars, great font of information, and is going to talk to us about kind of the general landscape. Gary Weinstein is next to her, the Chief Regulatory Officer at the Electric Coin Company, which all of you know of as the kind of DevCo and supporter of Zcash. And we'll talk about some of the privacy and privacy-enhancing technology issues going on right now. Gabriel Benincasa, partner at Holland & Knight, former SEC Chief Risk Officer. I'm going to start out with a little discussion about what's going on in Congress right now. But every discussion about regulatory and enforcement issues in this space quickly brings us to securities law issues. So I'm sure Gabe will be someone you'll want to ask some questions of. And then finally, Jason Weinstein, who's my colleague and co-founder and co-chair of the blockchain and digital currency practice at Steptoe, also chairs the Blockchain Alliance, nonprofit organization whose purpose is to bring industry and government together to talk about fighting criminality in blockchain. Former official at the Department of Justice, former federal prosecutor, and we're going to talk a bit about some of the enforcement, investigation enforcement activities. So with that as an overview, let me pass over to Carol to kick our discussion off.
Thank you. I do better with a handheld anyway. So thank you. Alan, thank you for a very kind introduction. These kinds of discussions are always difficult because, as Alan just said, you end up talking about securities in some way. But the problem we've got is we've got a lot of different issues that are out on the table. And we have a lot of different kinds of assets. So when we talk about securities, we're talking about one type of crypto asset, or maybe a few flavors of crypto assets that might fit into that category. But we've got other kinds of crypto assets. So the way I like to do it, and I think it's easy to visualize it, is think in terms of buckets. We have one bucket, I'm gonna have 6 buckets, 5 buckets, whatever it is that I'm gonna fill as I go through this. The first bucket is the native currency. That's really one that's reserved for Bitcoin and, I don't know, couple dozen of maybe a few more, where the cryptocurrency, the crypto asset is an outgrowth of the blockchain, the technology, the algorithm, whatever the methodology is for creating the crypto. The second bucket, as I'm going to just call it right now, and some of this is sort of evolutionary, but I'll say it's the tokens. Say the ERC20 token standard gave rise to what ended up causing or becoming the foundation for initial coin offerings, ICOs. But that bucket right there divides into a variety of buckets. So some of them may be security tokens, some of them may be utility tokens, some of them may be, there's probably, somebody can come up with a dozen different terms for them, but where there's some sort of functionality related to the token that's being issued. So let's put those tokens in a bucket and we'll come back to them. Then we've got this class of crypto assets that's evolved over the last several years called stablecoins. And I know that you had some discussion on that earlier today. But stablecoins perform a different kind of a function in the system, but they're working off of the same technology rails that we're dealing with. And then whether you want to put into that bucket, I would put into the next bucket central bank digital currencies, which is certainly an area where we're going to be hearing increasingly more about it. And then I have a bucket for DeFi. Now, to be honest with you, that bucket's pretty big and pretty messy, and can be broken down in a bunch of different ways. But right now, if it says DeFi, let's put it into that bucket and let it be there. And then finally, we've got the category of NFTs, non-fungible tokens. And have you talked much about, I apologize because I've been off at other meetings. So this is, non-fungible tokens are probably the area that's going to drive, besides stable coins, the greatest level of adoption of crypto assets and the technology at the end of the day. And they're going to be used in a wide variety of areas. So even though we're putting NFTs into that particular bucket right now, that bucket really can contain a bunch of things like DeFi. It can be pretty messy. But once you get them into those categories and start thinking and talking about that, that helps the conversation significantly, because too often we do gravitate right to the issue of security. Something's a security, and then the whole conversation becomes dominated by that. Now, a little bit about my background is that I was a banking regulatory lawyer, right out of law school here at AU, and I learned very early on in working with banking clients who were at a period, early days of the technology really taking hold, of coming up with new products and services. And so we always looked for an analogy of something else. It was always better to go into a regulator talking about something that looked like something that had happened before, and maybe we push it another step along the way. But to walk right into a regulator and say, give us approval for something, or let us do this, or don't get angry if we do this because it's brand new and never been done before, doesn't usually fly, especially in Washington. So when I got into crypto, and I sort of got in through a back door of dealing with a gold-backed digital currency system that ended up getting prosecuted by the US government in 2008. So that was, well, sort of the same year that the Satoshi Nakamoto, and I shouldn't say sort of, it was the same year that Satoshi Nakamoto released their paper. But what was interesting, there was so much to learn from that case, and still much to learn from it. And one of the things that the government at the time was pushing for was, first of all, they wanted to send the founders of the system to jail. Part of it was they were using terminology nobody had ever heard about. You know, what's a crypto exchange today? We all sort of know, right? Coinbase immediately comes to mind, right? They were talking about digital currency exchanges, and they were talking about concepts that now we take for granted that nobody had ever heard about before. And it was just this mystery world. And it was very difficult to have a conversation. Now, I wasn't involved with them. I was hired on the backside of the federal prosecution. I should have said that from the beginning. But when they were prosecuted, the Department of Justice went in for the maximum sentence for the founder of 10 years in jail on money laundering charges. At the end of the day, he got an ankle bracelet and 6 months to wear it. What they said to the judge when she said, "Why are you pushing for this sentence in the way it is?" The judge said, "Because we need to set out a set of rules, a new roadmap for this wild, wild west of digital currencies and what it means for international remittances." So in 2008, we had a foundation that was laid, and we had actually a roadmap for regulation. So needless to say, when I got into the crypto world and started really going to the crypto conferences, my first one was in 2013, and I got up and said what I had to say about regulation, I sort of got booed out of the room. And I was disinvited to conferences subsequently because of what I was telling people when I got up and said, I don't care whether you're a money service business or not, that's, you know, sort of overlays some of these buckets. You still have federal criminal statutes to be worried about. And I was disinvited and never been invited back to that conference since then. And it's in Miami in January. So that's enough of a background, and we can come back and talk about other issues.
So there you go. So you have buckets. We can think about those buckets, right? Of course, but the problem is that native protocol tokens or governance tokens for DeFi or tokens that run on top of protocols like ERC20 tokens or SPL tokens, none of those have any legal foundation, right? None of them are defined in law. None of them, especially in the U.S., those terms are not kind of almost relevant to U.S. law. Instead, we've been subjected to analysis of, as we've been talked about in the different panels, the Howey test, the Gary Plastics test, the concept of the managed investment scheme, or the investment contract. And so after as many years as well, Carol, everyone's been in this, Congress is now starting to grapple with this question and say, and actually try to define in and define out, you know, what exactly are we talking about from a characteristics and functionality perspective when we talk about securities versus commodities, and we'll talk a bit about the overlay of other things. So Gabe, maybe can you talk a bit about kind of maybe where we are and then what's going on in Congress to try to address this? You sat out of order, so.
So hi. So let me just, I actually got to the crypto world a little late before I get into buckets. So what happened was, before I joined the SEC, I'm talking to my son and he starts telling me, Dad, I'm trading Bitcoin. And I'm like, you're trading what? He's like, I'm trading Bitcoin. I'm like, how the hell are you getting into this? And now I got to start paying attention. So I put up, I won't name the platform. So I put up the platform as he's trading. So, and I kind of quickly realized it's got about $1,000 bid offer spread. Now, in the securities world, we have markup and markdown rules. It would violate those rules. Commission's pretty high as well. I'm like, wow, this is a great industry. Markup rules don't apply. Commission rules don't apply. They're going to take me out of business. So, but that was my introduction to the crypto world. And then I went to the Securities and Exchange Commission, and I could not trade Bitcoin or any other crypto. But about a year ago, I joined Holland and Knight, and I've actually been advising, probably not too well, and a lot of clients on the crypto space. But I've been following the recent legislation, and there's really kind of two major bills. There's the Loomis-Gillibrand bill, and then there's the Stabenow-Boozman bill. What's interesting about both those bills is the commission that I formerly worked at has been out there saying we don't need new regulations, we don't need new legislation. We have a lot of guidance, and it's really under the purview of the Securities and Exchange Commission. Interestingly, both bills take the view that most assets are commodities. So if you look at the pool that they would put them in, it's commodities, not securities. The Loomis-Gillibrand bill is a lot more comprehensive, and it goes into an incredible amount of detail. And really, they would set up a structure pursuant to which I would call it like registration light. You could register the asset in a very kind of a simplified way without having to do an S3 or an S1 registration statement, and it would trade on an exchange governed by the CFTC. Now, the CFTC has a lot less people, a lot smaller enforcement, but it also will be brand new for the CFTC because the CFTC governs trades and futures. This will be the first time that they will govern trades on a spot market. So it's changing the entire regulatory scheme. The Stabenow-Boozman bill, again, also takes the approach that most of the assets are commodities. Again, has the same kind of trading structure. Not as detailed. The other interesting part about the bills is they both give digital assets the same status as a commodity or a security under the bankruptcy code. That basically puts it under what I call the protected contract provisions of the bankruptcy code, so that people could take self-help remedies even though you have an automatic stay. So those are some of the benefits. The other interesting provision that's in the Loomis bill, it's not in the Stabenow bill, is an accounting provision. We may get into this later on, but the SEC issues something called Staff Accounting Bulletin 121, which requires digital assets to be on balance sheet as opposed to off balance sheet where they are now, and where the securities held in custodian are held off balance sheet. The Loomis-Gillibrand bill completely reverses the SEC Staff Accounting Bulletin 121. But those are some of there's also stablecoin provisions. There's a lot going on in the regulatory world.
So what's interesting about those two is, of course, it's a big fight over what type of investment asset a digital asset is, which, of course, leads you to the question of, well, is it an investment asset at all? Isn't it a use asset? Isn't it an asset for use and consumption rather than just for trading and investment? So on the one hand, there is a battle of how should these assets be regulated, which in the United States really means which, as Gabe said, which regulator is going to regulate. This is different from most other countries where you have an integrated financial regulator, and this doesn't have to be the issue. The issue can really be the attributes of the asset, or the attributes of the platform, or the attributes of the network. Now, cutting across that, as Carol noted, is the Treasury Department, which took a different tack because it could under its regulations and said, we don't really care if it's an investment asset or an asset for use. You, the industry, have been very clear that this is meant to be an asset that behaves like currency. We have rules about currency. Follow those rules. And that was actually a very useful starting point. Certainly doesn't cover the waterfront, certainly being challenged by aspects like decentralized finance and decentralized exchanges and self-custody of assets, but it's a good starting point. But what it also means is that, separate and apart from any question about whether this is an investment asset or a spot or a future or anything like that, is that there are obligations with respect to anti-money laundering and with respect to sanctions compliance that much of the Web3 world needs to be cognizant of, if not actively compliant with, depending on different attributes of the issuer and network and protocol, et cetera. Noted on an earlier panel was the Tornado Cash action. And it's probably worth pulling that apart a little bit, talking about what it is, what happened, why it's relevant in a couple of directions, with respect to sanctions compliance generally, with respect to sanctions compliance and privacy enhancing technology, and, as was noted on the last panel, with respect to sanctions compliance and validation, with staking, self-censorship, and and the question of whether regulation goes so far into goes as far as actually into block formation, as opposed to just the receiver or sender of assets. So, Jason, let's start with you to talk about, just give an overview of what happened in Tornado Cash.
See if this is working. Now it is. So before I do, let me step back about 20,000 feet. And I should say my intro to crypto was taking over the computer crime section at the tail end of the case that Carol was talking about. And Carol, there's no shame in representing people who are under a criminal investigation. I do it every day.
No, I was after.
I know, but even if you had done it before, everybody's innocent until proven guilty. Those guys were super guilty, but everybody is innocent until proven guilty. So before I talk about OFAC and sanctions.
Prosecutors always say that.
They always do. Now I'm a defense lawyer, so I say everything's alleged. Carol described the buckets for the different types of assets, and the regulators fall into buckets too. But if I can switch the metaphor, I prefer to think of the regulatory landscape in the U.S. as kind of a Venn diagram from hell, where you've got, it's commonly said by kind of the less informed observers of the space that crypto's the Wild West. I think it's the opposite. There's too many sheriffs in town, or there's a lot of sheriffs in town, and each one thinks that they're in charge. And what this creates is a dynamic where companies that want to color inside the lines don't know where the lines are. And they've got an agency like FinCEN that tells them where they believe the lines are, at least for the things that are within their jurisdiction, and then otherwise they're reading speeches and in between the lines of congressional testimony to try to figure out what some of the other agencies think. Two agencies that transcend that Venn diagram and have their footprint over the whole thing. I'm going to destroy that metaphor, but two agencies that loom over everything are DOJ and OFAC. And OFAC most recently in the Tornado Cash action that Alan mentioned. So as I think everybody knows, on August 8th, OFAC designated decentralized mixer Tornado Cash as for the sanctions list. And they included not just the entity that operates the front-end website of Tornado Cash, but they also included the URL address for Tornado Cash's website, and more controversially, they included certain virtual currency wallet addresses that are associated with Tornado Cash, and I very much mean the air quotes. And those are the addresses for the Mixer smart contract. The allegation underlying the sanctions action is that Tornado Cash was used to launder about $7 billion of virtual currency since 2019, including about $500 million stolen by the Lazarus Group, which you may have heard of as a North Korea-backed hacking group. By the way, the Lazarus Group, the bad actor here, was actually already sanctioned. They were sanctioned in 2019. The case is groundbreaking in a number of ways, none of them particularly good. It's the first time that OFAC has sanctioned an on-chain decentralized protocol, as opposed to a discernible individual or entity whose action they can cause to change. Tornado Cash is decentralized, it's open source, it's a piece of software, and it's not like other mixers that OFAC has gone after, like Blender.io, which is a real entity that controls the mixer and that can change the way it operates in response to the sanctions. The entity that launched Tornado Cash, which presumably is the same entity that operates the website, but I don't know if others do, but.
And the Twitter account.
And the Twitter account, right. Although that may just have been reducing Twitter accounts may just be a contribution to society. But the entity that launched Tornado Cash has no control over the smart contract. They can't control how it works. They can't control who uses it. They can't decide which customers to take and which customers to reject. And in response to this, entities in our ecosystem took a number of actions. Some exchanges blocked accounts that were previously interacting with Tornado Cash addresses. GitHub went so far as to suspend Tornado Cash's account and that of its founder. There were these dusting transactions you may have heard about where some folks who, either as a form of protest or as an object lesson in the futility of all this, sent small amounts of crypto from wallet addresses associated with Tornado Cash to Jimmy Fallon, to Dave Chappelle, to a number of other companies to make some sort of stupid point. And more significantly, it raised a lot of substantial statutory and constitutional and policy questions that have been highlighted really quite nicely by Coin Center, by EFF, and by some other groups. Fundamentally, they're arguing that OFAC exceeded its statutory authority because its authority is to sanction persons or entities, and this is neither. It's a piece of software. They also raise constitutional questions, both free speech and due process. The free speech question is, they're essentially limiting the ability of innocent users to use freely available, publicly available software to maintain their privacy for entirely legitimate reasons. And I should say, Elliptic, which has studied transaction activity involving Tornado Cash addresses, says that some 80% of the activity on using Tornado Cash addresses is legitimate. And as Gary, no relation, but always happy to have another Weinstein in the space, we'll talk about, privacy is legitimate. It is not sinister. And privacy is normal. And this is a lot of the activity that's prescribed here now was legitimate activity, and you're limiting the ability of people to interact with software. The due process issue relates primarily to the fact that there were users, innocent users, using Tornado Cash addresses and using the mixer for legitimate purposes on August 8th when the action was taken, who all of a sudden had no access to their funds and could not interact with those addresses to get their funds back without in turn violating sanctions. But the policy questions were just as significant as the statutory and constitutional ones. It seems antithetical, at least to me, to the typical US government statements you hear from DOJ, from Treasury, from every agency with any equities in this space, that we don't regulate technology. We regulate illicit uses of the technology. It's hard to square that with this action. And one of the privacy groups, I can't remember which, but it was a terrific analogy, compared it to sanctioning the protocol used to send emails in the early days of the internet because email was being used by criminals or by cyber criminals or used for phishing. Now, yesterday, you may have seen OFAC release some FAQs to try to address some of these concerns, and credit to two of our colleagues, Evan Abrams and Dave Stetson, who's an OFAC alum, for some of these observations. OFAC drew a distinction between the open source code and transactions with Tornado Cash, apparently attempting to push back on the First Amendment concerns. So they have assured us you can look at the code, you can publish the code, you can copy the code, you can talk about the code, you can teach about the code, and you can include the code in a textbook. That's all reassuring to know the First Amendment still applies. But I don't think anyone was seriously suggesting that they were prescribing that activity. With regard to the dusting transactions, they didn't go so far as to say you're not required to freeze the dusting, what you receive in the dusting transactions, but they did say that they're not going to make a priority of enforcing the failure to report those transactions. And then finally, for people who are unable to get their crypto to deal with the due process concern, they said that those folks can apply for what's called a specific license, which is a license to engage in a specific transaction that OFAC has to bless in advance in order to get your crypto back. There was some hope that OFAC would give a general license, which is, as the name implies, literally kind of broader authority to continue to engage with Tornado Cash, but they did not do that. And so they're trying to reassure people that they can get their crypto back if they go through the process, which is not a simple process. The big picture takeaways, and I think of greatest relevance to our discussion today, is OFAC's not backing down from the assertion that it has the legal authority to engage in enforcement against smart contracts. And fundamentally, they're continuing to commingle the concept of the entity that launched Tornado Cash with the smart contracts that allow it to operate. And and there's already a legal challenge. You may have seen that Coinbase is underwriting a lawsuit by 6 users challenging the action on some of the grounds that I've been discussing. But what it tells us is that regulators like to hold people accountable, and they're uncomfortable in a world in which they can't find that person. And so that applies to the entire DeFi space. When a regulator can't figure out who they can serve a subpoena on and who they can hold responsible for what they consider to be improper activity, it's an uncomfortable environment for them. And while they previously have not issued any guidance related to DeFi, OFAC's action here, I think, lays down a pretty important marker. It makes clear that OFAC is going to target projects or protocols that are engaged in what they consider to be illicit activity, regardless of the degree of decentralization. And that means that developers of decentralized protocols have to think about sanctions enforcement more than ever before. And that's especially concerning because OFAC, it's always hard to fight City Hall. It's probably hardest to fight City Hall when City Hall is OFAC, because you don't get to fight them until after the fact, after the action is taken that has harmed your business or put your business in jeopardy. It's a more opaque process than other agencies, and criminal violations often can follow. If there's a willful violation of a sanction, that could be a crime, and so you could be dealing with OFAC and DOJ at the same time. So bottom line is we have a long way to go to educate regulators about the fact that you can have an environment where innovation can thrive and you can have decentralized finance, and the US can be an engine of economic growth, and you can protect consumers and public safety at the same time. But that requires a degree of engagement that was certainly not present here.
So can I come in with a different side of this? Because as soon as I saw that release come out on that Monday morning, first of all, I think I read the release more closely than most people did, because buried in the release was a statement to the effect, and I should have read it before I came here so I had it down pat, but essentially that Tornado Cash, and they referred to as Tornado Cash, had made promises to essentially clean up their act with respect to the money laundering that was going through Tornado Cash. So that's why I went to Twitter. That's why I knew the Twitter account was out there, the Tornado Cash Twitter account. And sure enough, in April, a tweet had gone out from that account, whoever was behind the account, and said, we're now using Chainalysis. They inserted it someplace into the process, one of the blockchain analytics tools. And the press release went on to say, basically, they hadn't delivered on what they were supposed to do. So we had it was, yes, definitely an extraordinary act. But again, when you layer onto this, does it make any difference to you that this was a major vehicle for helping move money that was, or value, that was acquired by the North Koreans in connection with ransomware attacks that are costly, that have been affecting US citizens and so on? So, I think that the Treasury, my guess is the Treasury Department looked at probably a variety of different kinds of options, and in the best way that this industry is known, or the space is known for disruption, they decided a little disruption on their part to try to take care of the public policy, public good issue.
Well, no, and I think that's a very important, that's a obvious kind of elocution of the policy goal. And I don't think anybody would debate the policy goal. The challenge comes, of course, pulling it back, right? I mean, SWIFT was used by the North Koreans to rip off the Central Bank of Bangladesh for $81 million. So, so it's not really the question of the vehicle, but even if it is the question of the vehicle, one of the important things that got conflated here is Tornado Cash, the front end, versus Tornado Cash, the smart contract or the protocol through which funds move. And the reason why that's important is because if you think across the DeFi environment, right, there's a lot of entities that look like that. There are a lot of foundations, front ends, development companies that operate websites, front ends, discretionary front ends by which you can use previously coded protocols. but by which you can access through other mechanisms. I think all of us can probably think of different entities within the DeFi space that operate like that. And so the question becomes, what is the industry to read from holding the line on, one equals the other? But I'm not really the person to talk more deeply about this. Gary, I want you to talk more deeply about this, and also kind of this question about privacy and privacy enhancing technology more generally.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Can everyone hear me okay? Well, first of all, thank you to GBBC, Sandra especially, and Summer and Riley. Thank you so much. I know it's a large team there. It's been a pleasure getting to chat with many of you during the breaks, and for those on the live stream, I'm happy to respond if anyone wants to reach out to me on LinkedIn. Before I get into some background information, I'd like to first, we're at a Web3 summit. I'd love to read to you, if you don't mind, my favorite Web3 quote. So my favorite Web3 quote is, "The United States should ensure that safeguards are in place and promote the responsible development of digital assets to protect consumers, investors, and businesses, maintain privacy, and shield against arbitrary or unlawful surveillance, which can contribute to human rights abuses." The author of that quote, President Biden, in his March 2022 executive order. And I think what this points out, and these are not the words of my CEO, Zuko Wilcox at the Electric Coin Company, but it's one of the clearest examples of how we can see the strength of the public-private partnerships that can be developed in this industry. It's rather critical, actually. And I'll tell you a little bit about my background, if it's okay. I've been practicing law for 28 years. I started out as a regulator. I was an antitrust prosecutor, prosecuting international horizontal price-fixing conspiracies. I was an antitrust lawyer for many years. This was with the state of New York, where I had a really golden opportunity to cut my teeth in the federal court system in the Southern District of New York and Eastern District of New York. After 7 years there, I had an opportunity to join a national financial services company where we developed products for the unbanked. So throughout my entire career, I've really focused on financial inclusion. In addition, and at the same time, so at that company, I was managing the regulatory, the litigation. I was chief privacy officer. I was elevated to acting general counsel for a period of time. And one of the most exciting opportunities I had was to be on the board of directors as treasurer and secretary of a 501c6, which developed products for the unbanked, and where we were frequently on the Hill educating regulators and working collaboratively with our valued law enforcement partners and regulators to stand up these very important products to foster financial inclusion. And we also stood up, I think, the second ISAC in the history of the United States to combat identity theft refund fraud. So I worked collaboratively with Commissioner Koskinen and his team at the IRS, with criminal law enforcement in various agencies at the United States government. And together, as an industry, we figured out ways to combat money laundering and the illicit activity of nation-state actors who were looking to launder money through stolen identities and tax returns. And hopefully, at the end of the day, we saved the United States government tens of billions of dollars in prevented refund fraud. At one of the offsites, we invited a two-star general who was responsible for NORAD to lecture to us about blockchain. And 2018 obviously was right after the ICO blowups, and while I can't get into the details of the meeting, it was something that was ultimately career fascinating to me, trying to figure out how blockchain and distributed ledger technology could change the world. I am privileged and lucky to be head of global regulatory relations for Electric Coin Company, and we are looking to change the world. Privacy is normal. Thank you, Jason. Yes, it is normal, and it's something where this balance with fostering innovation and making sure the United States can be a home for this valuable innovation can coexist and work quite well with our valued regulatory partners. When you think about it, and it's not too controversial an idea, but transparency is actually a national security threat. And let me just bring it to the local example. If I send a digital asset to somebody, it cannot be in a modern society, an advanced place, where everybody gets to see that transaction. And that's presently what occurs generally on the blockchain. It's a public distributed ledger. We heard a little bit from the last panel about how immutable it really is, and I think that was some pretty valuable insight. But my mayor, my employer, my friends, my family should not be able to, with the push of a few buttons, plug in my NFT Ethereum address, or perhaps the Bitcoin address that I use to send that digital asset, and see my balances. If I'm proud of an NFT and I publish that or attribute it to me in some way on social media, people shouldn't be able to see that I also own Gala, for example. It just cannot be how modern society works. Competitors, when they are purchasing resources for their company on the blockchain, and that will happen, it's already happening, they should not have to reveal to other competitors in the space what they're doing. They need to be the industry leader and compete. Again, getting back to solid antitrust principles as well, in terms of competition actually benefiting consumers at the end of the day. So what does Electric Coin Company do, and how do we contribute to this international conversation about privacy is normal? Well, we created and support Zcash in an open source way, a protocol that solves this privacy dilemma. We facilitate a privacy-preserving cryptocurrency. It's referred to as ZEC, Z-E-C, for anonymous value transfer using something that we sometimes refer to as moon math, but we can talk about it as zero-knowledge cryptography. And the protocol facilitates options for transactions to be either shielded, and that's also referred to as anonymous, or transparent, which is visible, on the Zcash blockchain. And it's really, if you think about it, the consent of the individual. I might want to, for very good reasons, send a digital asset to an individual where I want it to be transparent. Maybe I'm contributing to an organization where it's valuable or needed or required that that digital asset transfer be transparent. But maybe, just maybe, I'm in a state where I am purchasing a medication where it is now illegal to purchase that medication. And perhaps at the time that I did it, it wasn't illegal. And that's something that's really important to remember. All of the activity, all the data that we are leaking on these publicly distributed ledgers might be fine now in this country. It's not in a lot of countries. But there may come a time when the state in the United States that we live in decides, oh, that activity is now illegal. And all of this sort of future jeopardy that we're putting ourselves in really needs to be thought through. And I think the last panel did a tremendous job talking about how even governments, and I had this issue working in government, it's very, very hard to keep our servers and our databases secure, and they're hacked all the time. So when we think about developing CBDCs, for example, are we really, with that level of transparency, putting our national security interests at risk? And because our platform and what we contribute to is open source, people are free to take our technology and go do grand things with it. At the end of the day, if it's not Electric Coin Company and Zcash that's successful, and it's some other use case on some other blockchain, that's great. We are a public charity in that sense. It is our mission to contribute to the social good, And if at the end of the day that is the social good, that our technology with our zero knowledge proof cryptography allows for these grand use cases to be realized, then I think we would have and will have accomplished our mission.
A little walk through some of the current some of the ways of thinking about the regulatory environment, some of the current enforcement actions. Way more that we can talk about. However, I want to see what questions that you have for our panelists. Andrea.
You'd mentioned two overreaching or overarching additional agencies we haven't thought, well, we've thought about, Justice and OFAC. What about the CFPB? Because we're all talking about protection of consumers and issues around that. So to me, that looms large. Just wondering what you think.
Yeah, I can start with it at least, is that, first of all, CFPB has a limited charter in terms of what it can focus on. So it can't focus on securities and it can't focus on insurance. What it does focus on is financial services, financial institution products and services. So in some ways, to the extent that we're moving crypto assets into buckets that are not those buckets, oh, this you, okay, not a bucket that's a financial institution product or a financial services product, it's not going to be subject to the CFPB jurisdiction. However, and this is something that's been lost significantly by the crypto space, is that the FTC, Federal Trade Commission, does have jurisdiction to protect consumers under Unfair and Deceptive Practices Acts. And I think that's where we're probably going to see the next major regulatory foray into crypto. There have been some minor cases in the past, but I think this is where the time is now where we're going to start to see more of that activity.
Thank you. Now I turn it back on. Just to follow up on that. But just as the SEC hasn't seen a digital asset, every asset is basically security. It could be that the CFPB, it's about a matter of labeling, right? So they could see those crypto assets as within their jurisdiction.
Right. Other comments? Pull back for a moment and think about it, because this is a question that I think, if we think about the way that the industry thinks about itself, sometimes gets lost. Whether it's the consumer financial product that the CFPB regulates, whether it's the retail product that the FTC regulates, the SEC has two policy goals, right? Investor protection, market integrity, right? But nowhere in there is consumer protection, user protection, the user who's not the investor, the user who's just a user. And so the question is, are regulators missing the third leg of the stool? And if you think about, for those of you who've read The Pocketful of Quarters, No Action Letter, hidden in the incoming is that Pocketful of Quarters has two tokens. One that investors buy, accredited investors buy them, and they get a 15-cent scrape on every dollar of Ether that goes into their smart contract. And that's totally lawful because they are investors, so they can get a return on their investment. And then there's the company, the issuer, right? And they are regulated. That's a Reg D offering of the sale of that Q2 token because it is an exempt security. But then third are the people who use the tokens for the games, the people who just buy the Quarters token using their Ether going through the smart contract. They first get 15% of their value scraped off the top, and then they can't ever take their value out of the platform. They have to spend it there, and then others, game developers, investors, marketers, promoters, they can then take the Quarters and cash them back out. So is this concept of user protection or consumer protection getting lost in an overarching focus on market integrity and investor protection?
I'll jump in on that because I spend a lot of time in and around those issues. And I think the answer is that they may have been lost because they haven't had the advocate in Washington necessarily on the scene paying attention to it the way maybe it's time. Maybe it's just as we're coming to the point that it's time for that to happen because we have more people in and more value in and more at the retail level. We have seen state attorney generals, we've seen the state securities commissioners be very active and bridge this gap. I do think that, and I think, Andrea, maybe where you were coming from is if you're looking at DeFi, and I have to remember that's the world you're in now, is that DeFi almost by definition, lending, yield earning type of accounts that don't fit into securities could very well be CFPB value. But for the game token, that may be more likely to be in the FTC's jurisdiction. So I would argue that we've got the waterfront pretty well covered here. It's just whether the regulators are showing up and doing anything.
Yeah, see, you talked about tornado cash. And so my question is, what's the answer, right? Where's the balance between privacy and national security? There's always that question. And so the government's not going to just say, okay, we're going to just roll over and go away. There's got to be some kind of solution proposed. And then I was just going to say that I think that there's been a lot of focus on the SEC and the CFTC. I like the 8 buckets, but you really have to have a drawing with the alphabet soup of regulators, and you need to be someone, there's not that many lawyers who, I have a little experience in everything, Carol probably does too, from working on the Hill on all the different issues. Then you just take this. Now sometimes it's, it's all how you structure the product, right? We have an entire financial services system almost now in the crypto universe. You can match most of the things that are going on happen today. Some of the things that are going on do not happen today because of reasons that we've decided that it's not safe and sound or, a variety of reasons. Some of the transactions are new and maybe agencies would be willing to approve a new product, right? So I think that my point is, I look at them and I just think of, my chart of all the different agencies, and you have to think OCC, FDIC, not just, you got to think about the Fed, Treasury, they may grab everything and say it should be regulated like a bank. So I think I think you have to have that whole thing in front of you, and then you can and be able to navigate that thing. And because, SEC, everyone's so scared of SEC, Gensler will leave at some point, right? I can tell you SEC regulation is nothing compared to Federal Reserve regulation.
Right. And of course, getting your business
Appreciate that, right?
and getting your business unwound is really terrible and hurts a lot, but it's better than jail. So, and don't forget the states, right? So this is the Venn diagram from hell, right? And the operational art of practicing law in this space.
That's right. And it's everything you said and worse. Because sometimes in trying to comply with one agency's regime, you could end up violating another's. So, it's just one simple example. There's a degree of centralization that an OFAC or a FinCEN would want to see in order for you to be able to reliably implement a compliance program for AML and sanctions. But that degree of centralization could be what tips the scale, is the one brick in the wall that the SEC needs to consider your offering to be a security. So you absolutely have to have the whole diagram in front of you. And what we tell clients all the time when they come in asking about one of those acronyms, one piece of the diagram, is we tell them you've got to actually look at the entire diagram to make sure that what you're doing is, creates the most reasonable approach to the risks that all those different agencies present. But the fact that you need a diagram of that complexity is part of the problem.
Well, it is for most attorneys who only, they're very expert in their area, right?
Oh no, it's good for attorneys. It's only good for attorneys.
It's good for attorneys.
Right.
You have to, what I've seen is from, ICO craze, all the talk to me, they were all diagnosable. Capital raise combined with sale of a service, right? But most of them was that, right?
Yeah.
Now it's if you
100%.
Okay, now we're dealing with money transmission. Okay, I'm working with the, okay, you have to be able to, and I think like at some law firms, not the bigger ones, like, the ability to do that is just not there. Or there are people who just say, I'm a blockchain attorney.
That's right.
And there's no blockchain attorney, it's like, it's a technology. It's like being an internet. Like a weird, you know,
Right.
That's 100% right. In
And-
fact, you know,
So
10 years
we
ago,
have a regulatory panel. This is a business school event, not a law school event, right? I just want to make sure that we're talking to the right audience, because I could definitely jump in on that question, and I fully understand that because I've definitely
Right.
made comments publicly on that before.
Well,
Yeah.
right. And that's the clients who can afford
Right.
to hire Paul Hastings or Steptoe or Holland and Knight or Bradley Aaron. I mean, it's becoming that it becomes the maze makes access to reasonable and you know, and knowledgeable advice on how to navigate this thicket almost inaccessible. But I want to go back to your first question, which is so what's the answer? And is that even the question? Is the question, because this is something we used to debate at Homeland Security all the time, is there a fundamental tension between privacy and national security? Or is that a false tension? Do these things necessarily have to live in conjunction with one another? I think, Gary, you're a natural person to maybe pick that up.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to find an answer today in the 30 seconds we have left, but I would say that this is eminently solvable. We have the innovation, we have the technology, we have the best intentions of law enforcement and government regulatory bodies to be able to find and strike that balance where we are not chasing blockchain and distributed ledger technology to some other country, to some other actor who is not high integrity like all of the people who are attending this summit, and where we will find ourselves jeopardizing the security of society. So we need to secure society. We need to think about how privacy is normal. We need to work with our partners in government to try to solve the very, very difficult issues that they are solving and trying to maintain the national security of each individual country that they're charged with protecting. And I think when smart minds with high integrity individuals get together, we can solve this.
New. Every single time there's a leap forward in technology, law enforcement freaks out, especially if it's privacy enhancing, and the sky is falling, you might as well shut down, turn in our badges and our guns, we're never going to solve another crime. And then they adapt. They typically, by working with industry, to find a solution that achieves public policy objectives, privacy objectives, and commercial objectives, and law enforcement objectives. That's how it's been done all the way back to the cell phone, you know, the encrypted communication on the internet, WhatsApp, Signal, what have you. When I was at DOJ, I sat in so many of these meetings about what they used to call going dark that I occasionally would go dark myself. And the fact is those problems are solvable. Gary's 100% right. They're only solvable, though, if government and industry work together to solve them.
Is that it really, we're talking about assets in buckets, but what happens is it's not making a clear delineation and saying, only you, the CFTC, have it. Because it says, well, if it's a security, it goes back to the SEC. So you're going to have a land grab. What you need is a regulation which says it will go to one place, and they'll have exclusive, and so you don't have all the lawmakers heaping in. And let me just, you were talking about how regulators, get afraid when it's something new. Or technology. I don't know if you watched the Elvis movie, but the regulators or the police got nervous when someone performed differently, and they threatened to put him in jail. So it's somewhat similar, and it happened, this is in the 50s. So,
Carol, last word?
I'm going to say national security will trump, and that's a bad choice of words, but privacy at the end of the day. However, I think what's exciting is we're right there with a whole bunch of new types of technology tools, some of which are born directly out of what we're talking about here today, that will help in trying to bring those two objectives together in a way that they can coexist.
Perfect. Well, thank you. That's all the time that we have. Thanks for your questions. Thank you to the panelists. Look forward to the rest of the day.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's me again. I won't ask you to say good afternoon. Don't worry. We're now having a keynote speaker, a CFTC Commissioner Summer Mercinger, and I will ask her to step up, and away we go. Oh, your mic.
Yeah, I might.
Okay.
Let's see if I can- Oh, can you hear me? Okay, sorry about that. Well, thank you for the introduction, and it's definitely an honor to be here today, and certainly to be talking about kind of this exciting new technology. Definitely want to say thank you to American University for hosting this event and to the Global Blockchain Business Council for putting this together and allowing me to speak today on this topic. I'm very excited to discuss the regulatory implications of Web3 and blockchain, and I'm kind of interested to hear thoughts of others and perspectives, and looking forward to staying on for our next panel, The New Era of Finance. But before I begin today, I do have to give a disclaimer. It's a standard government disclaimer that the views I express are my own, and they do not reflect the agency, the commission, or my fellow commissioners. So with that, I'm going to put that aside. My staff put together an amazing speech for me, but I'm probably going to go a little more off the cuff today. I've kind of been on the speaking circuit this week, so I found that I'm a little bit more comfortable when I just talk to the audience versus read from my script. So I am going to start with kind of a short history lesson because the CFTC is one of those regulators that people don't always hear about or talk about. Is this better? Okay. Yeah, I'll turn off this. Okay. Sorry about that. So back to the CFTC. It's the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, and we are we're headed by a 5-person commission. I'm one of those 5 commissioners appointed by the president and confirmed by the Senate. And we have kind of a different regulatory regime than a lot of other financial regulators. So we're a market regulator. And what that means is we are not necessarily looking at every individual who's in the market, every transaction. We're making sure the markets themselves are regulated and that they are regulated in a manner that they are resilient, they're safe, that people's money is protected, and that they serve their function. And the function of so we oversee the derivatives and futures markets. And what that really means is kind of a forward-looking market, secondary market, and the real purpose is for price discovery and hedging and risk mitigation. And we just make sure that those who are kind of enabling those markets to work are doing so properly and making sure that they can serve their function for which they were created. Our predecessor actually started at the Department of Agriculture because this trading first started in agriculture commodities. In fact, it was almost 100 years ago that the predecessor agency was started. So on September 21st will be the 100-year anniversary of the original kind of regulation of these commodities futures markets. And it's really interesting when you go back in history and look at how the markets have changed, how technology has influenced these markets, how technology has helped them become more efficient. So
way back when these markets first started and when we first started regulating them, they were in trading pits, and you can imagine they were hot, they were pretty wild, and the way the trading was done was through a process called open outcry, which means somebody was literally yelling and making some gestures. And then when the trade was confirmed, it was written down on a piece of paper. And at first, for a lot of years, it was only men on these trading floors. In fact, it wasn't until 1960 when the first woman trader entered the trading pits. So we had this very kind of old school, in real time, a lot of people involved, a lot of room for, potential errors because you had so many humans involved. That was kind of where we started. It was a little unruly. It was very loud, but that's how these products were. That was the only way you could trade our products. And now we have electronic markets. And those markets really came from, industry coming in and saying, we have a better way of doing this. We have a more efficient way of doing this. And through legislation, through regulation, slowly over about 20 years, we really allowed the electronic markets to develop. And for a long time, they developed and they worked alongside of this open outcry system. But now that's completely, there might be a couple of markets where they still do that. I think the pandemic kind of mostly had everyone transitioning fully to the electronic markets, but really widespread adoption of the technology to make these markets electronic. So that's kind of an interesting history, to show how technology really has brought what we do, the markets we regulate, from a really old school way of doing things to a more modern way of doing things. And that has made our job as a regulator much more efficient and easy, and, being able to do our jobs by having the market data in front of us and seeing what's going on day to day. So as a regulator, I like to say we're technology neutral. What that means is it's not so much one technology is better than the other, even when you have extremely innovative and groundbreaking technology. What we want to do is say our rules can apply regardless of the technology underlying it. And the way we do that is through principles-based regulation. And the best way to describe that is this idea that we'll come up with kind of guiding principles of what it should, how things should work. A lot of it's written in our statute, the Commodity Exchange Act, some of it through regulations. But we say to industry, here are the main principles of how your market should work. And then we let industry decide how they're going to do that. We look at what they have proposed to make sure it does satisfy those core principles, but we're not prescriptive. We're not putting down rules and saying you must do your, you must transact your market in these specific ways using this, process. Otherwise, you'll be violating the regulations. We just say, if you can meet these core principles, however you do that, great. And it makes us a pretty nimble and flexible regulator. I think that's why a lot of people, you'll hear a lot of folks talk about the CFTC taking an important role in regulating crypto markets. It's why we see Congress kind of starting to focus on this, on the CFTC becoming a regulator of crypto cash markets. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that we're a bit more nimble. We have these principles-based regulations, and we can generally be more flexible depending on the technology. Normally, regulators are pretty skeptical of new technology, but because of our history at the CFTC, I think we take a very different view. We see technology as an opportunity to not only improve our markets and the way they function, but make our lives easier as a regulator. And at the end of the day, technology really has made our markets safer and more efficient. So it makes us a different regulator than I think some of the other financial regulators you'll hear about. And we think, I think we think that's what makes us well prepared to handle some of the new emerging technologies that are beginning to be used in the futures market and certainly in the cryptocurrency markets. So what's interesting about our jurisdiction, though, is because we're a market regulator, we look at futures products. We don't necessarily regulate the product. So I try to use the example of, I feel like the agriculture markets are the best example of this. So we regulate the cattle futures market. So the people who are hedging the price of buying and selling cattle and beef, they are in the market buying and selling contracts, and we oversee that market. But as far as selling a cow at a sale barn, that's not us. And we are happy to let somebody else handle that. So that's the Department of Agriculture. So that's kind of how we look at every market. So right now, if you look at digital assets, there are a lot of futures products on these assets, and we regulate those markets. But the assets themselves, the buying and selling of those assets, that's not what we don't regulate that. We do have some enforcement authority, but for every day regulating the exchanges, doing examinations, working directly with those who are providing the markets to buy and sell cryptocurrencies, we're not regulating that space. And so that's a lot of what you see in legislation and some of the proposals is expanding our jurisdiction so we can start to regulate that space where you're actually buying and selling the asset, not a derivative of the asset. And I think, the jurisdictional issue is complicated, but I think understanding, that we don't necessarily regulate the buying and selling of the product exactly, but we're regulating the market that does that. Looking at it that way kind of gives you a good view into why we have the right expertise to regulate these markets and to really take this information and make sure that we're providing safe and secure places for people to transact. So, for example, our enforcement team, their entire experience is identifying fraud and manipulation in the markets, looking at a lot of market data, seeing what's happening, determining what is the consequence of a bad behavior versus market fundamental, reaction. So they know how to look at this data and interpret what's happening and ensure that there are not bad actors manipulating the market. And it's a unique function of the CFTC. So I really think that's why people have focused on our agency as a potential regulator. I don't know what will happen with the legislation. I'm not quite sure what form, but we hope to have the opportunity to apply our expertise to this area. And getting back to Web3 and blockchain, again, because we are more technology neutral and we don't have to focus specifically on how everything is processed, it really does allow for this innovation. It allows for new ideas to come on the market. And it also allows the market to come in and really meet with the regulator, talk to the regulator, explain what they're trying to do, and work hand in hand to come up with a system that, that works. And I think that's also unique to our agency. You know, we're seeing new ideas come into, you know, the markets, and we're seeing you know, it's people having, you know, kind of new ways of doing some of the, whether it's the settlement of the market or the way the trading day occurs. And we really are just able to take what we have, our principles, our core principles, and say, okay, how does this meet these core principles? So it's unique, and I think there's real potential for entrepreneurs and those who are looking to bring new technology solutions into the market. You know, we hope to provide clear rules of the road for those who are looking at new ways of being involved in our markets using new technology. We want to make sure that our regulations or our principles are clear and comprehensive and flexible. And we want to make sure that regulation is also not simply checking the box. And I think that's something that probably plays in well when you're dealing with kind of new technology. We're not tied to any specific format or procedures or business models, and we really are just looking at how to deliver a product to the consumers and market participants in a safe and efficient way. So that's kind of the overview of the CFTC and you know, what we're able to bring to the regulation of these new markets. It's not easy. We certainly are always in learning mode. We tend to, we're not the experts here, so we tend to try to meet with stakeholders and industry to fully understand the technology and what they're doing. It helps us do our job better, so I always encourage people to come in and talk to us. It's really the only way we can do our jobs and how we can learn as regulators, and you know, make sure that what actions we do take do not harm innovation, do not you know, stop innovation in its tracks, but really lay the groundwork for it to flourish and evolve in a responsible way. So as an agency that started out in agricultural products and trading in agricultural futures, to now looking at digital assets and a lot of other really interesting financial products, we really do understand the importance of allowing new technology to flourish and be a part of the system, and finding ways to make sure that we are being promoters of innovation and not stopping it in its tracks. And I'm confident that we'll continue to work in that manner moving forward. So I'm looking forward to the panel. You know, I think if anyone has any questions, feel free to come up and talk to me. Again, I welcome everyone to come by my office and chat. Like I said, we learn best from folks who are in the industry. There's only so much we can do within our, you know, within what we can read. So meeting with people directly is the best way for us to learn about our job. And, you know, we just are always looking forward to kind of what's going to be our next, you know, moving from open outcry to electronics market, what's going to be the next transformation in our space. So thank you to the Global Blockchain Business Council and American University for hosting this event today. You know, I'm looking forward to seeing what new opportunities Web3 will create for everyone. And I'm just honored to share my voice as a regulator in this important discussion today. Thank you.
Okay, so we're at the very end of the day. I realize some of you have been sitting here all day long, and I appreciate that. A little bit of feedback. I believe Amanda's going to be joining us in a moment, so hopefully we'll get her on board. But I am here with Dante Disparte, our global head of strategy and policy at Circle. I haven't seen this man in 2 years, I think. We blame COVID. We have renewed commitment that we will see each other more frequently. Welcome, Dante. And Commissioner Mersinger, thank you so much for your remarks. We'll be talking much more about some of the things that you've talked about. And Amanda Wick, thank you so much, Senior Investigative Counsel in the House of Representatives. We'll share her insights as well. Today's closing panel is the new era of finance. And if you imagine each one of you here in this room and the folks here on this panel, I guess I should move over one.
That's my fault. I'm sorry.
We will imagine ourselves as the change makers, okay, for the next hour. And I want us to think about if you have the power, which many of you do in this room, and if you don't think you have that power, please come talk to us, because you do, to change what you want to see in the world of financial services. And we're going to have some of the folks here talk about what they're actually doing as change makers. The promise of financial services and the new infrastructure that we're building, the so what of blockchain, is around the democratization of more access to those who don't have access currently with existing systems, the strengthening of the fragility of financial services markets and infrastructure. Anyone who's been around during the 08-09 crisis understands what a scary, horrible period of time that was. I never want to go there again. I was a banker at the time. It was terrible. So with that, I have a question to you, and I'm going to lead with Dante first. In your position at Circle, how do you think about your role as changemaker in defining what the new era of finance really means from your perspective? And please tell us a little bit about the positives that you're seeing and also some of the challenges.
Well, this works. There, it does. Well, first of all, it's good to be back. I was going to say it's back to be good. It is good to be back here at American University. On this very stage, I think a lot of important conversations have been had, and we've had COVID-19 come. And so I'll try to reflect on the why, what we're doing, and why I think the Commissioner's opening act and opening words, and the essential role that the CFTC has had of ostensibly being a regulator of record for this industry since 2017 and beyond, is think about what you cannot do in your daily life that COVID laid bare, where technology was the only difference maker. For 2 years, if you were lucky enough to be born in a postal code where you had access to education, Zoom became an essential extension of the classroom. For the span of 2 years, the concept of sending and receiving money, which is what motivates me, this battery's dead. Thank you. I promise you, let's see. All right, I think this works. There, it's working. So I promise you, technology is essential except for if you need your microphones to work at the speed with which your words are coming along.
If you can't get two of them to work, it must be you.
Well, that's right, that's right. Now I'm being heckled by my dear friend, the professor. So if you think about the things for which technology was the only essential ingredient of continuity, household, political, educational, economic, and then ask yourself, what could you do with money if the only way it could be conveyed remained analog? How far could your money reach if it was just physical cash, as far as your arm could stretch? And yet, here we are in a world in which technology alone is not a panacea, but it often shows us where status quo, incumbents, and regulation and policy tends to fall short.
And so this is why I think the innovation matters so much. Because the thing we all have access to, again, if you were lucky enough to win the postal code lottery or the birth country lottery, was access to some degree of ubiquitous technology and some degree of access to devices. And so my single mission in this industry, it's not the Lamborghini crypto trading crowd, it's not the speculation, it's not a maximal position either on one side of this conversation or the other. My single mission, and the one that I think animates Circle, is to make every single internet connected device on the planet a compliant payment endpoint. If we could do that, there's no excuse for abject poverty, there's no excuse for financial exclusion, there's no excuse for responsible, always-on financial services. Your financial needs and banking needs do not take bank holidays, yet the current banking system does. And I think that's why this innovation matters so much.
Thanks for that, Dante. Hello, hello. Don't fail me now.
That's also Dante's fault.
Hello. We'll blame everything on Dante. Hello. Hello?
Like 2 minutes.
Hello.
Oh my gosh. Oh wait, now this one I think is working.
I'm cornering the market in mics. CFTC, beware. I'm cornering the market. Okay, so I'm going to go to Amanda for a minute. Amanda, you sit in a very interesting position within the U.S. House of Representatives as counsel looking at a number of different issues. Can you talk a little bit about, in the role that you have, how do you see your specific role and some of the challenges and good things that you're seeing?
Yeah, so is this working? I'm trying a different mic. Okay, can you hear me? So my role is interesting. I serve as senior investigative counsel on the committee to investigate the January 6th attack, which was actually a detour from my past life. And in fact, when they asked the questions, I wanted to say my current role has nothing to do with crypto or the future of financial digital finance. And that's not entirely true. And I do want to say, you were supposed to remind me and you forgot, but I have to give the same disclaimer that Summer gave, which is these views are my own and obviously not that of the committee or the House of Representatives or anybody who works for the United States government other than my own. But there's obviously an interesting aspect in looking at some financial aspects of what led up to that event and then the future. There was reporting that crypto was involved in the January 6th attack, and that was obviously something that we are investigating. And I can't talk too much about what's going on that hasn't been publicly released, but there is obviously this discussion about licit versus illicit and the reality versus the not reality. And I think one of the things that Dante said that was really important that's come up multiple times is the importance of nuance, and I'm kind of paraphrasing, but the importance of having a real discussion, a factual discussion about what the industry is and what it isn't and what the future of it could be. To Sandra's point earlier, when she said we're all change makers, I think that's very real. One of the nice things about being what I call Hill adjacent, because I'm not a House Financial Services and I'm not a member, I serve a very limited function, and frankly, all of the stuff that I do in crypto, I do in my own personal capacity, and it has no affiliation with the committee. But it does give me an opportunity to go to events on the Hill and kind of, for lack of a better word, be a voyeur on what's happening on the Hill, which is both kind of encouraging but also scary. I previously served at the Department of Justice. I did a detail at FinCEN, and now I'm at the Hill. I interned for a judge in law school, so I like to say I've finished my trifecta of all of the government agencies. But I think one of the things that I've seen on the Hill that is both, I want to say, inspiring but also terrifying is something that we also saw in the executive branch, which is the dearth of education and kind of like the lack of impetus to do anything or to learn. And that's a huge problem, because the fact that I still get asked, but is this here to stay or is this a fad? I mean, if you can kind of imagine somebody a decade after the internet was being invented saying, but do I really need to understand the internet? Like, is this really going to stay, right? Like, that's kind of terrifying on lots of levels. But there is movement on the Hill, which is great. I would say that there are obviously some offices that are taking the initiative. There are some members and senators who are very active. There are, blockchain caucuses. There are digital caucuses. There's lots of caucuses. But what I learned coming to the Hill was that I don't think most people realize that 90% of the work is done by 22 to 26-year-olds who are highly underpaid and who live for the most part on free events that give them dinner so that they can survive. And we laugh, but at the same time, like, there's an issue there because it means that it's really important to be having conversations with the children that are writing the bills for, on average, I think 70 or 80-year-olds who are then going to go out and regurgitate these speaking points, if you're lucky, successfully, if you're not lucky, not so successfully. And these are the people that are going to be writing our laws. To Sandra's point, these are the people that are going to be doing. And I've had conversations with folks about the importance of getting education onto the Hill that is like neutral. Like, you're not coming to advocate for one thing over the other, because they just need to understand to be able to think about this. And unfortunately, a lot of parts of the crypto ecosystem come in with like an angle. They want to teach something, but they want to teach it with a slant. And that's really problematic because you can't make an analytical conclusion either way if you don't understand pros and cons. And if somebody comes on the Hill and only talks about the pros of crypto, but doesn't talk about the illicit funding, if you only come on and talk about how wonderful this industry is, but you don't talk about the market risk, and you don't talk about the fraud, and you don't talk about the lack of consumer education, you kind of lose all credibility with anyone who's been in this industry for more than a year. So these are, I was at Chainalysis, in full disclosure, I was the chief of legal affairs for a year prior to coming to the Hill. So I like to say I have literally scurried around most of the crypto ecosystem. I haven't been in a VC startup yet, which I think is all the way on the other side. So fingers crossed. But I say all that to say that, like, there's very different parts of the ecosystem, and the need for nuance and the need for education and events like this, have the discussion to get everyone together, I think really can't be understated. And so I think that's my hope for discussions on the Hill. And they do happen. They just need to happen way more, and people really need to bring that to them in a way that I think in the past, the voices that were coming to the Hill were frankly not that helpful. Don't regulate us was a non-starter that for too many years really hurt the crypto industry. And I say that as somebody who at the time was at the government, very frustrated with that being the message, because it gained no traction. It wasted an absurd amount of time. And I don't know where we would be right now if those conversations had been more productive sooner. And I'm ecstatic that organizations like GBBC are having them now. So I hope that answers part of the question.
So we're going to be very happy to take questions in a bit. Hold on, Jared. Appreciate you getting all, hands up there. But Amanda has said some things that are, let's face it, in a room and also online. We're getting real here about the fact that, we are the adults in the room who want to arrive at a place where there are guardrails, we do get the bad actors out, and frankly, the education pieces you mentioned, absolutely, having it be non-transactional. As someone once put it to me, this was feedback from actually a financial services person, you can't come to us when your house is on fire and you are demanding things from us. It just doesn't work. I'm paraphrasing. I kind of agree with that. Asking someone you don't even know, you don't have a relationship with, and demanding things is not really the way to go. Building that relationship, cultivating that level of trust, and then ultimately at a time when there is perhaps something to cover or an issue to work through, you'll have better footing. Now, I'm going to go to Commissioner Mersinger on that very point, which is we're trying to move, as we talk about this new era of finance, of doing very good things, democratization, financial inclusion, financial access. These are all amazing things. But what do you see as a regulator that often happens that you'd like to see if people approach you? How would you like people to approach you is really the question.
Like a second delay or two on this. You will find I'm much more comfortable speaking when I'm in a comfortable chair. So what we like to see is, people coming in and explaining their business proposition, and explaining what they're trying to do and why they're trying to do it. Without trying to come up with all the reasons either why they shouldn't be regulated by the agency or why they should be regulated by the agency. Sometimes I have to ask when everyone comes in and says, you're our regulator, here's all the reasons why. That raises some questions with me too. It's almost like, are you, you're convincing me that I'm your regulator? That's kind of strange. So it's just good to have people come in and lay out what they're trying to do and really just say, okay, maybe I'm in the right place, maybe I'm not, and maybe I can tell them whether or not they're in the right place, but it helps us understand what's happening and what's evolving. And a lot of times we can help get people connected to the right, the right, whether it's regulator or within our agency, the right staff. So they're doing things the way they should by the books. So, I always tell people, number one, kind of to your point about, don't come in when your house is on fire. I always say, come in and tell your story before someone else is telling your story. Come in and tell your story and tell me what you're doing before people are coming in and saying, gosh, look what this company's doing. Are we sure this is legal? Get ahead of it and really try to explain, the vision and the approach. I think that's the best way to handle it. And I do have to comment on Amanda's point. I was one of those 22-year-olds on the House side, and honestly, there were times, there were times where I thought, if people only knew what was really going on here. I'm like, I can't balance my checkbook, but somehow people are asking me about, financial services policy. So that is real.
I say it non-disparagingly.
Yeah, no,
You are the backbone of lawmaking.
They are also probably the hardest working class of 22 to 26-year-olds as well. But it all goes back to the point, there is a need for education. If you're in the industry and you're working in this space, you're the best people to do it. So come in, talk to the regulators, talk to the Hill, talk to administration, explain what you're trying to do. Don't wait until someone else is in there explaining what you did.
Thank you so much for that. Dante, I'm going to go back to you because you do see things from a macro level. And you've clearly articulated that you want USDC to really be accessible to everyone in the world who has a phone and a wallet to be able to accept it. How do you look at the US versus the rest of the world? Because we've spent a lot of time today focusing on the US for a good reason. But when you look at the landscape with respect to USDC, where is the volume going? Where is the activity? What's exciting?
Yeah. This conference was originally envisioned on the heels of the White House executive order on digital assets. We can call it the crypto EO. And some are framing the state of play as a digital currency space race. And some are framing the consequences as the very utility and ascendancy of the dollar in a global economy where how it is transmitted is ultimately the most important innovation, not whether it is a cryptographic token, AKA a stablecoin, or a central bank digital currency. And the thing that we're missing, I think the totality of the conversation on this industry is missing, is that the real breakthrough innovation is the underlying blockchain infrastructure as financial markets rails. And I've been saying this since the Libra project, so if you want to have fun getting summoned to every meeting everywhere on the planet all at once at the same time, put out a white paper backed by Facebook and some of the largest companies in the world, and you get your invitation to be a part of the conversation since day one. But it's the same message, and if you've heard me then, back in 2019, a fateful era, slightly fewer gray hairs, the message is exactly the same. And societally, we have hard choices to make. and I don't think we should understate the geopolitical and geoeconomic and geostrategic issues of the United States, a fortress nation. When we were struck with the COVID-19 pandemic, I was on FEMA's National Advisory Council, so I'm a part-time public servant. A fortress nation like ours, when tasked with moving $6.6 trillion of taxpayer funds to the neediest of people in our society, we couldn't do it anything close to real time, and we couldn't do it in anything close to an auditable manner. The only options we had were to funnel money that you and I fund as taxpayers through leaky, antiquated analog banking pipes. And so by any measure, and there's some official reports on this, we may have lost between $75 and $400 billion due to fraud and due to other things that can happen because bad things happen in the dark. And so an industry and an innovation that can turn any internet-connected device on the planet not only into a compliant payment endpoint, but critically, vis-a-vis your world, into the looking glass for which bad actors have no place to hide, is a very, very powerful innovation. It will advance domestic security, global security, and we have to then express a certain set of value systems on top of it. The presumption of privacy, the presumption of access, that's the point. Blockchain is not a technology, it's a governance philosophy that can then be imposed upon a technology. We're losing the script in its totality. Quickly, and I'll pause here for a second, but quickly, we have two bills under debate in Washington right now. One is on digital commodities in the Senate, which would give the CFTC its rightful place and make what is already a tacit reality the real reality, which is that the CFTC is the regulator of record of this industry. The second is on payment stablecoins. Two skinny bills, the twin pillars of trying to bookend this market. The Europeans have the markets and crypto assets framework. Whole of government for the third largest economy on the planet, comprehensive framework. We're just trying to figure out, so many years later, two bills. It's a lack of imagination when the stakes are so high.
And I'm just going to add one thing to that, which is I just came from Athens hanging out with a bunch of corporate treasurers, which in and of itself is its own fun group of people. But Mika, I'll tell you right now, there is a lot of pride from the European side that they've created effectively the world's first 26-country passport framework for crypto and digital assets. And they've done it ahead of the Americans. And that is it's debatable, and you can say, oh, when the Americans come in, it won't matter because that will set the rules. But anyone who thinks there's not a bit of competition going on globally probably needs to take a harder look. So I'll just leave it at that. So Dante, completely hear you on that point. I don't know if Amanda or Commissioner Mersinger, you have any comments on where that might go, but I presume that there is some level of conversation and collaboration happening with regulators around the world.
Yes, certainly, and that's because the CFTC is accustomed to regulating markets that are global. We are having those conversations and trying to understand what our fellow regulators around the world, around the globe, what they're doing in this space, and it is important, and trying to have some sort of framework that these markets can continue to be global, I think is important, and that's going to be a hard part of this process too. And just kind of picking up a little bit on what Dante was saying about where we were and how we've been slow to this process. Prior to being at the CFTC, I was actually I was doing some private practice work, and at the time they were working on tax reform in the Senate, and I remember going up to the Hill and trying to explain the issue with taxing digital assets, and the looks on the faces of those staffers, like, why are you here? Why are we talking about digital assets when we're talking about a tax bill? And that was honestly 4 years ago, maybe 5. So we are, we're kind of behind in this conversation, and I'm hoping that maybe we can get caught up and really start to get serious about how we're going to, regulate the market and be a part of the, kind of the global oversight of where things are headed.
The one thing, if I could add something, because I agree with all of the points, is I would be slightly more pessimistic in that I think we're wildly behind in the conversation. I think the commissioner is being very nice. My experience has been wildly behind is actually generous. To Sandra's point, I was in the UK last week, and I was just struck by contactless payment cards on the tube that are instant. A tube that, a public transportation system that's functional, incredible, and then when you come back to the metro, and I'm taking a VRE, I think at this point, from Alexandria to DC, I think we've got 6 lines. I believe 2 of the 6 are down. Like, you can't help but feel like, somebody the other day was like, it's like watching the fall of an empire. And I was struck by that statement as I came back from the UK, because when you think about where we are technologically, when you think about digital assets, when you think about where we're at in cyber warfare, when you think about where we're at in our response to ransomware, when you think about like the culture of the United States and its emphasis on the importance of STEM and technology and moving quickly, we're bad at it. We're really bad at it. And the nature of digital assets points out the national security risk that it is. And we don't talk about that enough, but it's wild to me that you look at the Bank Secrecy Act being passed until 1970 and nobody cared about it until what? 9/11. 9/11 was when people woke up and all of a sudden saw the need for the Patriot Act and saw a need for emphasizing the importance of SARS and saw the need to actually regulate and get these. And my biggest concern, especially after being where I was for the last year, is that it will take another 9/11 before the United States wakes up and says, we might want to move a little bit faster than 13 years in chatting about 2 bills, which is terrifying to me. So I know you want to jump.
Boy, things are getting spicy now.
No, I
Okay.
do, because like, while I know better than to disagree, at least in part, with the inimitable Amanda Wick, I do have to just say one thing: not all is lost, and that the feature of our country at American University is that when the body politic fails to work as a whole, the parts move on. Some say that the United States is losing the digital currency to China because the Fed has not issued a central bank digital currency of its own. The Chinese central bank digital currency is a societal experiment at what happens if you can control people's money and their microtransactions. I think we have a slightly different value proposition, value system that we could embed in money. But by contrast, for what it's worth, because you do want to leave these discussions with a teeny tiny tinge of optimism, I've joined Circle a little over a year ago. When I joined the company, we had fewer than 200 people. We're pushing to 1,000. Those 1,000 are in 35 states. USDC went from a rounding error in finance to more than 50 billion, and we've processed cumulatively more than $6 trillion of on-chain transactions. If you take the sum of that experience, available today in 191 countries, it's a banking and payment network larger than any on the planet probably, that is instant, that is trusted, that is conforming, that is compliant, that is regulated. That is how you win the digital currency space race. So now, while we are lagging in terms of policy, lagging in terms of regulation, the benefit in some respects is the ability to tap ingenuity. The real test of whether MiCA works in Europe for Europeans and for European markets is how many circles are created there, how many companies are aspiring to go public, and how many folks are in your sister agency's waiting list to tap the American capital markets. And so I don't think all is lost, but I do think our leadership is not assured for the long range unless we start to take this opportunity seriously.
So I'm finally going to get to Jared, who had a question. I don't know if he still has a question.
Oh, no.
Hopefully. Here, why don't you take mine?
No, are we there?
Yeah, this is what happens when a bunch of type A personalities get into the room.
I was about to
Take
toss
a
this
moment.
aside and just scream, which is my MO. So lots to unpack at the end, but I'll leave that there. You did make a comment that Amanda, you said people came in and said you shouldn't regulate us, which I don't think is an unreasonable starting point, right? I mean, if you had gone in and regulated the internet in 94, it would have been a disaster. And I'm using cleaner language because, we're in a
Can you guys hear in the back?
We need to talk louder.
Okay.
Isn't that the point of the microphone?
I don't think it's on.
Oh, well, all right. So we've determined it's off. All right, sorry. What I was saying was, microphone or just yell? I'll yell through the internet. That's what I do every day anyway, along with the rest of Twitter. Sorry. Sorry, I can tell you about the whatever.
Yeah, I was just going to say I'm guilty of the, when you come in and, you want to regulate me. What?
Oh, no, he's talking about the comment I made that 10 years ago they were coming in and saying,
you're right.
don't regulate us.
Yep.
That was the, right?
I mean, I don't think that's an unreasonable position to take. Certainly not 10 years ago. I think it's probably less defensible today. But, I do think that there tends to be second order consequences to regulations and processes, right? So people don't seem to appreciate that because people want to say, oh, well, we did something, right? But people don't tend to look at the cost of not doing something. You talk about the fact that, you talked about how we're kind of behind, and I think that part of that is because we haven't been particularly smart about how we approach regulation. And I guess my question solely was, you made that comment as if it was kind of a ridiculous thing, but it seems actually quite reasonable. If you look at the history of almost every new technology, it's because people kind of went in where there was this open area. It was a bit of a land grab, right? And you could even see that with Silicon Valley happened because in 1950s California, there was nothing there. People just do stuff, and they started building, Fairchild and then Intel and Gardenmore, and everything went from there. So that was kind of my question.
I think it's a good question / point, and I think this is on. Yeah, can you hear? Okay, and I understand it. I think here's one of my problems, and I would love. I know we've talked about this, so I would love your thoughts. But one of the things that drives me insane is comparing the internet to the movement of millions of dollars for pennies on the dollar instantly, as if money transfer isn't different than going on and watching videos of kittens. And I say that because I'm kind of historically, the need for AML and CFT, we didn't really think about it before 9/11, but the need for anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing controls, when you're talking about digital assets or when you're talking about fund transfers, is kind of pivotal to any society that wants to have some kind of national security program. And so it's not comparing apples to oranges, you're comparing apples to shoes. And it's a false equivalency that the industry came in and thought, we don't want to be regulated, treat us like the internet. You're moving tons of money instantly around the world. No, that's not reality. And if we'd been having those conversations sooner about, okay, the Bank Secrecy Act was passed in 1970 for cash. Let's strip it down to the bare bones. Let's talk about the concepts of AML and CFT and what does that look like for a technology that nobody could have even envisioned at the time that it was passed. And let's have real conversations about the idea of responsible design, the idea of we're going to build something and we're going to put it out there. We're going to give some thought to what happens if bad actors use it to move money, especially after 9/11, which crypto was. From a national security perspective, to say it was reasonable to say don't regulate us, agree to disagree.
The problem with your breakdown, the problem with that is that you did have these efforts to regulate encryption. Same arguments you're making now were made to say, oh, you can't encrypt this, you're going to have all sorts of bad actors doing this. And by the way, when you looked at money transmission, it started off in a fairly nation state and evolved into kind of longer points and into this. Talk about how one balances these things. But I don't think, and look, obviously you have e-gold in 2000.
But I think, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but I think what you just said is critical. How do you balance these things? It felt like a very unbalanced conversation, right? One of the things I love about Dante, I could listen to him talk for hours because I call him the king of nuance, right? Because he can have a conversation about what are the things we need to be talking about to have a balanced conversation. There was no balance at the beginning. There was don't regulate us, right? And so that was my only point is had we had balance, had we had more Dantes in the room back in 2013, 2014, I think the industry would have been a lot better off today.
Yeah, I actually think we're probably.
I blame this all on Dante. The takeaway is that Dante did not get into crypto early enough, and that was.
Wow, Dante's becoming the fall guy today.
This
Sorry, Dante.
Where were you, Dante?
And I appreciate the point you're making. I think, Dante, you might want to say something.
I mean, you don't plead the public defense with the Queen of Clarity on your panel. I would just say the point is not about a point of tension. It shouldn't be one or the other, especially not if, as the commissioner has outlined, the highest order principles from regulators is activity-based, risk-based, technology neutrality. And so the crypto industry has learned, I think, a hard way that you do not get to have your cake and eat it too, and be on the margin of anti-money laundering rules, on the margin of KYC, on the margin of these issues, and then say, well, you know, all of the other things that all of the other industry that we're trying to compete with and be like, we will just not do. And so if you believe in those standards of tech neutrality, what we have an opportunity to do here is demonstrate that you can make exponential gains, like radically exponential gains on financial crime compliance, financial integrity, and financial access, and to prove that these things are not trade-offs. That's the part of the nuanced debate that crypto has, I think, woefully failed at. And we could prove it out. I've been saying this since the Mueller indictment of Russian nationals post-2016 election interference, that the immutable, traceable money crumbs all the way down to a specific wallet is a hard place to hide illicit funds for a long period of time.
What we could be doing in compliance with the visibility that we have in comparison to trying to search through banks, the conversation that we could have been having for the last 5 years about the beauty, the hellscape that those of us that were former federal prosecutors have to trace through banks, through payment processors, like how much more beautiful it is with exchanges. I mean, the conversation we could have been having, to Dante's point, I think is the more important thing, as opposed to it just stayed one way for too long. And it was what it was, but you know, Dante makes a really good point. And at least we're having those conversations now, which I think is the really thrilling part that all of us love to be a part of.
And I'm going to throw this out there. I know there's a few questions in the audience, so we'll get to it. Think of what we're now embarking upon as actually a de-risking, risk mitigation tool and set of services and products. That is actually the frame I think we need to be thinking about, not only the technology, but all of the applications that sit on top. Is it actually shines light in places that are actually very difficult to know what the heck is going on, because sometimes actors don't want you to know what's going on. And then number two, but maintaining that privacy is critical. And so I think there's this evolution that we're having. Maybe it's late, and I appreciate that argument, but we're now here today, and as all the change makers in this room and online, is for us to carve out that fork and go in that direction, as opposed to staying in this spot where we just navel gaze and, you know, say that we're behind. I think there were a couple questions. Carol, I'll go to you first, and then the gentleman from Cato, right? Yeah. Carol, can we get you a mic? Thank you.
So I'm going to make an observation, then I have a question for the commissioner. My observation is that we do have a series of laws and regulations that have been put into place, you know, starting in the 30s, which in a lot of ways have been pretty darn flexible in accommodating significant innovation since that time period. And if you look, the banking industry in particular made a fundamental transformation in adopting technology between whether it's 50s, 60s, whenever that process started. But for the commissioner, the question I have for you is that, I guess first, how many people staff up the CFTC today? And if you move into this new world where the CFTC has a broader grant of jurisdiction over the crypto assets, non-security crypto assets, have you done any modeling on what the staffing requirements are going to be? And I think likewise, looking at whether we pick a number of 10,000 or 20,000 or 5,000 crypto assets, how many of those would actually come under the CFTC's guidance? Because we know that the SEC chairman has said, you know, almost every token he's ever seen is a security.
my microphone delay here. Those are all great questions and certainly things that we're thinking about. And on the staffing and resource, we are a small agency. I want to say around 800 people. It is small, but we also regulate arguably some of the largest global markets, some of the most active markets. So I always say we're small but mighty. We kind of punch above our weight class. And, you know, a lot of that is just the way we look at things, that the expertise we have, or we are looking, you know, because we're reviewing the markets and we're looking at the data and the transactions and you know, this is kind of our day-to-day what we do. So you know, we would have to add on staff, you know, with any of the legislation that's out there. Personally, I don't think it's going to have to be a large number of staff. You know, when you start to look at some of the registration process, you know, we actually have what's called the National Futures Association, and they do a lot of our registration work for us. So we kind of have this almost a public-private partnership where we use that resource to help us manage some of the registration process and some of the oversight. Our registrants are also what we call self-regulated organizations, where part of their job in abiding by the core principles is to make sure what's happening on their platforms is also abiding by those principles. And they have enforcement requirements, and they have to police their markets to a certain extent as well. So we have a lot of, you know, kind of tools in our toolbox to really stretch our overview. So, you know, honestly, I think, you know, maybe 20, 30 staff. I mean, I don't want to put an exact number on it because it really does depend on, you know, the way the legislation is created. But I don't think it's going to be a huge change. I think the agency... Day of the microphones. Okay, we're back. And honestly, the agency learned this lesson the hard way after Dodd-Frank, and when we acquired jurisdiction over the swaps market. I think there was an expectation that the staff was going to expand to thousands, and that did not happen. And Congress wasn't necessarily happy about this kind of assumption and some things that were done under that assumption. So we know how to do the job and do the job with you know, a small group and within the funding and the resources we have. But, you know, certainly we will have to have a conversation about, you know, additional staff, additional resources. And then as far as, you know, if we do have jurisdiction over the spot market for digital assets, what does that mean? And that's tricky, and I think that's maybe something that, you know, the legislation is a bit silent on right now. You know, even if the bill that's in front of the Senate Agriculture Committee now, even if that was passed into law, it doesn't change the legal discussion about, you know, whether or not an asset is a security or a commodity. And the way it stands, if it's not deemed a security, then it's a commodity. I mean, everything can be a commodity, only some things can be securities. And so you kind of have to go through that legal framework of, is it a security? And that framework will still stand. So what does that mean for the type of assets that could be on registered markets within our space? And so that's something I think we probably will have to deal with and figure that out. The other hard part here is these assets can transform pretty easily from one to the other. So what happens when you have a security that becomes a commodity? Does it stay under the SEC's jurisdiction? Is this now under the CFTC's jurisdiction? Those are all things that at some point have to be addressed. And you know, whether or not at some point we have some required joint rulemaking between the two agencies. It wouldn't be the first time we've had some kind of dual jurisdiction where we've had to do rulemaking on when something transforms from, you know, one agency to the other. We do that regularly with some of our broad-based security swaps. So it's something we've done on a small scale. It'd be on a much bigger scale, but it is something we're going to have to tackle.
Hello. How can we expect regulators to properly regulate this space when some of them can't even like own or use crypto? In my opinion, that's the best way to learn.
I think all of us cannot. If I understand the executive order, I know I can't, but I think government employees can't own crypto at this point. I think that was the recent executive order.
No, I don't think, well, I hope not, Jesus. I don't know, yeah. No, not for Congress. I think most of the agencies, it's not.
Yeah, so the Office of Government Ethics recently came out with guidance on this in around mid-August. There was a lack of clarity, at least when Amanda and I were in the government and on the litigation side. You know, lack of clarity, each agency handles this differently, et cetera. The most recent guidance that has come out is that digital assets do not qualify as securities for purposes of just reported on your OGE 450, and you can hold it as long as you are not in an adversarial position in litigation or otherwise, you know, prohibited from holding this. So digital assets were essentially accepted and held to a higher standard even than securities. So for instance, DOJ's rule was we can't be on the other side of the V in litigation. Other regulators have stricter rules. I was at CFPB for 6 years where we could not hold any securities of regulated entities. So it's much closer and hewing a lot more closer to a total prohibition. This is new. So, you know, what do you do if you're a government employee? You have a wallet. You can't do some sort of tax-free 1031 exchange like you can to get rid of a prohibited security. I imagine it's created more questions than it has answered, but I applaud the question from our colleague at the Cato Institute, because I don't know how you learn this if you're not, and you know, in terms of, that's my soapbox.
Yeah, and it's not consistent between agencies, because I know, the current status of this, I'm not sure, but even when we would work with agents, IRS allowed CI agents to own crypto. FBI took the position that they couldn't. I know some folks feel like if they're in a position where they're having an impact on markets, they don't, just from an ethics optics view. So I don't think it's consistent. I think it's an excellent question. I think people do need to get in there and see it. We did demos frequently on site, showing people, you know, how to use it. That's a next best thing. But it's an excellent question, and I think it's something that everybody should be talking about. Is I would reframe it to say, how are you regulating this if you don't know anything about it? I think you can learn about it without having to own it, but how do you regulate it without knowing even basic fundamentals about it, I think is a really important question that we should be asking more regulators.
Yeah, I mean, thank you. Let's see if this works. Okay, it does work. So no, thank you for the question. It also then has hints of what I think the commissioner was describing as the public-private opportunity that is complete unexploited territory, and I mean exploit in a good way, which is the whole reg tech domain. How do you regulate something you haven't used? But then how do you also pull into the public-private perimeter the idea of having a witness node on blockchains, the idea that, you know, there ought to be a contest broadly of prohibiting bad actors from dominating so-called good tech. We saw that play out with an enormous amount of emotion with OFAC's ban of Tornado Cash. Everybody had an opinion. All of crypto learned what OFAC was with Tornado Cash, which is itself a revelation. But the idea of what are the boundaries and what are the reg tech opportunities and the compliance tech opportunities and the financial integrity opportunities of, again, leveraging a technology that has collective witness it isn't being widely used, and it's only the financial integrity bodies that have figured out that, gosh, crypto is a very, very good place to track and trace illicit activity without any sense of a time horizon or any sense of the ledger failing its core function. We just don't use it sufficiently in that kind of public-private manner across the spectrum of activity. The last point I would make is that all too often the conversation about this technology is a conversation of this technology and financial services. Your vote couldn't get cast in this election through many other courses of activity. Technology that has ledgered trillions of dollars down to micropayments with pseudonymous wallets also has implications well past financial services. I'm encouraged that the EO starts to look at this as a whole of government review beyond finance, beyond financial services, and beyond crime, which tends to be a risk-based discussion, therefore backward-looking and therefore pegged to 1930s rules. The whole of government review, I think, opens up pathways in which this can be leveraged well beyond finance.
One thing to add to that is, and tell me if I'm getting this right, but I think the CFTC was one of the first to have their innovation lab. And it's a phenomenal thing that more agencies, I know FinCEN has innovation hours where they welcome businesses, companies that want to present technology. And to Dante's point, one of the great things about the EO was shining a light on some agencies that probably didn't even think they needed an innovation lab, that probably weren't even thinking about innovation generally, or certainly where innovation in this space, in the digital asset space, could touch them even beyond payment systems. So, in terms of forcing some agencies to look forward, and I'll get Dante positive for a second, it is really important. I know, it was getting dark there, but it is really important, and it is a great thing in these agencies. I will say we need funding. One of the really disheartening things about the AML Act and some of the things is that they are quick to issue more orders and not appropriate. Obviously, in these bills, if we want the CFTC to do this, they're going to need bodies, more bodies, however many bodies. FinCEN currently is so understaffed at a level that most people don't understand. They're responsible for the enforcement of thousands of MSPs. Their digital asset shop is 5 people, and now they're also going to be tasked with the Enablers Act, which is staggering. And so the level of what's happening in government, the funding for the people who are doing it, we do need these innovators. We need these people to do this work, but we need funding for people to do this work. So going all the way back to what Sandra said at the very beginning, which I think, if I could just foot stomp it, as one of my bosses loves to say, the change makers in this room, we have to be more vocal about the need for this, because if we just let another decade go by where we aren't talking about the importance of innovation, the importance of this to the future, the importance of funding and how we need it now, it's just so easy to talk and talk and talk, and it just really feels like it's getting to be a time to do. So I think that's an amazing point that I can't emphasize enough.
And I want to say, I wish we could talk for the next hour, but we need to allow for this to come to a close. I want to thank each of you for your absolutely invaluable and forthright. I have to say, thank you for not sugarcoating stuff and just laying it out there. And I think we have a couple actionables. So let's get with it. Let's work together, and let's have a really productive end of 2022 into 2023. And I really appreciate American University, all the sponsors, the AV and GBBC teams for organizing, the American University teams for organizing all of this. I want to thank our panelists here. Hopefully they'll stick around for a little bit, because I have a feeling there'll be lots of questions to your approach. But thank you so much. And we're going to get off stage so that Joseph can close us out.
And I once heard in an interview back when I was in business, a guy said that the more difficult the problems we face in life, the better the questions that we have to ask. So I would encourage everybody in Changemaker Sense to not only go out there and ask better questions, but answer them. And with that, I believe the bar is open. Oh, thanks again.